What up, user? What up, Tover? Welcome, welcome. Yo, what up, Tover? Let me pull you down. Oh, wow, hello there. Oop, shit. Where's my watering can? Oh, that's why. Yeah, I was gonna help you water everything. What are you doing today, user? Appreciate you coming on in. Doing well. Yeah. The one time I played, I focused on farming only, and I had I tried to get as many plants, as many seeds done as I possibly could before the season changed, as much money as I could for the next season. I don't know, that's like the only thing I figured out. I did that, and then I ran around just collecting things off the ground. That's all I did when I played the one time. Yeah, I was gonna do that with you the other day, but yeah, I literally have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just like, oh, fishing? I can do fishing till level 10. Then I'll figure something else out after that. I don't know what that is. Yeah. Okay. Hmm. I mean, can you do the legendary thing any season? Or can you only do it once? Yeah, but I'm just saying, like say the spring one, for example, can you do the spring one every spring? Like every day, multiple times? Hmm. Yeah, so some of the achievements, like get 5 stars or 5 hearts with people and stuff like that. Is that just me talking to people all the time? Hmm. Getting a lot of these purple hooks. Purple quality. Like even when I don't like perfect catch it, I'm still getting. Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. Jeez. Hmm. Still seems like very little amount of people. Mm-hmm. Oh. Is there any stuff from fishing that we should keep for particular reason? What up, Pip? Yeah, I went back, I think. I went inside after I talked to the, or after I don't know what I was supposed to do in there. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I have no idea where you're. Yeah, but that's the side area, not that. But I'm not looking. Oh, I'm looking at it. I didn't know there was different things. Never messed with it. I need to start doing it. Or is this? Do I have that wrong? I was looking at the ocean. Oh, oh, that's rough, Pip. To see each other. That's what I was asking. Like, if there's anything from fishing I need to keep, and you made a comment about the fish. That sucks, Pip. I'm sorry. That's all I've been doing is just selling it all. But that's why I was asking. If there's anything specific I needed to keep. Corpses? Wait, what? What do you mean, Pip? Mm-hmm. No, this is Stardew Valley. You're a farmer slash fisher. Resetting it every time. Okay. Yeah, I was looking at the ocean fish. I'm fishing in the ocean, right? This is like, that's why I was confused. 'Cause it said, okay. I don't know. Does it have to be in the bottom for it to be completed or the top? Like tilapia, red snapper, and tuna are highlighted up here. Okay. Yeah. Okay, that's what I was asking. Okay, and like, why haven't I found these? Oh. Okay. That's a lot of work. Okay. Oh, we need a clam? There's one on the beach. I don't know how to donate it, but I picked it up. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, Pip, I've never played the Gravekeeper one. But yeah, a lot of games, they have a lot of graphics in common. Like some games like this, they'll use like a package that comes with the game programming software. Yeah. I don't think she'd like a game like this. She's a Call of Duty and RuneScape player. She pretty much hates everything else. No, I mean like I've tried to get her to play like 40 or 50 other games and she makes it like 5 minutes in and quits. Like she just goes back and plays RuneScape or she goes and plays Call of Duty. So it's not so much that she's just a Call of Duty player, she's like she finds no enjoyment. This is the ocean, Pip. This is definitely the ocean. Oh, that's kind of. Okay, if it's got boobs, I gotta think. Oh. Yeah, buddy of mine played that one, so watching him play. Look kind of. Oh, there was a clam in the box too. Oh, walking. What do you mean white gray boots? I have no idea what you're talking about, Pep. I am a noob in all sorts of possible ways you can think of when it comes to this game. I know nothing. I'm just fishing. Just hanging out. Hover's over there farming and doing farmy things, and I'm over here just fishing, leveling up my fishing, catching fish. These are seagulls. They're birds. I can only cast about to right here. So I couldn't even cast all the way to him if I wanted to. Yeah, I mean they are facing each other, so I can kind of see it, like looking like some boots, boots, boots and pants. Oh, did you not hear me the other night on the stream? There's a fly. He was like playing chicken with my face. He'd fly past me, and then he'd fly right back at me, and he like swerved right at the last second, and almost hit me in the face. And then after about an hour, I was like swatting at it constantly. It was pissing me off. I finally got up with a towel, and I started swinging at him, and I finally knocked him down and threw him outside. Bro, I was yelling at this thing, and like the stream was probably just laughing at me because I was just like, "Come here, piece of shit!" I still find mosquitoes to be more annoying. Only because they can bite. Horsefly. Yeah, horseflies. But I mean, if it's like a regular bitch ass fly, like they're just annoying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But it's fine. It's all good. I was confused. I'm like, is there an item I'm supposed to be looking for? Like, is it a special trash item or something? I was so lost in the mine. I wonder if it's because I'm not down there. Oh, boots and pants. What's the party going on? Must have been somebody at a party. Bum 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 bum. Mm-hmm. Where you at? Yeah. Whoopsie. Put my torch down. That was a fly! Why are we getting so unlucky? Did it not be on one of the big ones? It's 1 a.m. Did we find it yet? I don't have a thing or help. Oh! That dagger good? Oh. Fishing 7. Huh. Interesting. I picked up a ginger. Oops. I was just clicking the fucking water and it just like picked it up. Time to go fishing. Oh, I didn't ask anything, Pip. Sorry. No, I was just saying that. Yeah, I get it. Hot. You know, you're working long hours. Yeah, is what it is. I just wasn't sure if you were saying that I was like missing out on like an item somehow that I didn't know about. That's why I was confused when you brought it up. What about running through town? Sorry. Oh yeah, that clam. Okay. Oh, I tried to play Ragnarok online yesterday. I honestly don't hate the way it looks. I hate the way it plays. Like the camera is just so wonky. It moves too fast. But like the combat was fine. I didn't really the combat was whatever. It was literally the camera that was driving me insane. Cause like I couldn't turn the camera speed down, and it would like spin way too fast. And it was just an annoying thing. Like that was the only thing that I really had a problem with, other than the fact that it won't log in when I use Steam. Every time I launch it through Steam, it launches the launcher. I'm like, alright. And I click start on the launcher starts the game launches and says incorrect password. I'm like, okay. But then I close that window and I just see nothing. I just see the background of the game, but I don't see like a login, I don't see a username or password section, I see nothing. There's no way to enter anything. So I don't know how to even like put in username and password doing that. So the only way I can even get it to launch is going into where the folder is and pulling out the exe to launch the game myself. And then when I do that, it prompts me for my username and password. But it doesn't save it when I like log in that way. So it's just like annoyance. So I did a couple quests. I played for like 10 minutes. Like I said, it wasn't bad, it's just the camera angle was awkward. I don't know, I didn't think it was bad. But I don't know. I mean, you can adjust the camera, it's just so, like, the speed is crazy. Like, you can go up and down, you can go in and out, you can go left and right. So you have a full 360 of, like, the camera's actually good. It's just, you can't slow down the speed at which you spin. I have it set to slow, and I spin in 360s like crazy. I move it like literally like 1 millimeter, and I turn like a 180. It's crazy. It's so hard to actually turn the camera in that game. Well, I mean, they stopped updating it in 2022 or something like that. But well, at least that's according to Steam. That was like the last update they did, 2022. I'm assuming they went from, you know, stop updating that and they got moved to RO3. Probably what was happening, but so they probably have done a bunch to it since you started. Like I said, it's not bad. Like graphically speaking, I don't hate it per se, but I mean, I'm okay with games like this, right? The graphics of this is dog shit in comparison. So I mean, the graphics don't bother me. It's just you can tell it's like not very polished, and it's kind of just eh overall. Like just like the enemies' movements are just kind of raw and unpolished and refined. The combat, once again, unpolished, unrefined. Everything's kind of just in that mediocre state across the board. And then you get this dog shit ass fucking spinning camera that's just like you could go all the way up and look straight down at your character, or you can go all the way down and like be like on the ground with the character almost, and you can zoom all the way into where the character is, or you can zoom all the way out so you can barely even see the damn character. So it's like you get a lot of like versatility of where you want to like put your camera. But then like let's say you walk under a tree. Tree blocks your vision. You can't see your character anymore. Unless you zoom in or change the camera angle. Instead of the tree disappearing. So, like I said, overall, it wasn't bad. It's just the camera. Uh-huh. Yeah. 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 That's what I'm saying. Like, I think they modified all that from feedback probably. But they'd already lost the respect and idea from everybody else at that point. It's just, I don't know. It just feels like a very meh game overall. Like even RO1 is like it's better than meh, but since I never really grew up with the nostalgia, it just kind of feels mediocre. There's like nothing like I'm just sitting there honestly just killing wolves for 15, 20, 30, 40 hours. Yeah, I mean I don't mind playing on a hardcore server. The problem I have with it is that the game is so old and whatnot, it doesn't have like any type of direction. Right? Like I have no idea what I'm doing 99.99% of the time. It's just like, well, that's what I'm saying. Like back then, like you had to figure it out, and like that's the thing. It's like it's not back in the day. The game's been out for 20 years. Like I shouldn't have to figure it out. Like it's day one, the game being out. Like if the game is brand new and it came out today, then that's fine. I'm not pissed that I have to figure it out. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It's like when I play on the like retail server, it helps a little bit, but it's still just overwhelming. There's so many characters on the screen. There's so many shops. There's so many things. Finding NPCs is such a pain in the ass. Just figuring out how to even do the damn quest is a pain in the ass. Cause like I went to the one place where you can get I don't even know what it's fuck called. Like you teleport there or something. Where you can get like quests and stuff to do from those people. Anyway, I went there and I got like a quest from the people, and it was like, "Oh yeah, I need you to go and kill some ants or whatever." But I'm like, "Well, how do I kill ants?" and I had to Google it. Like that's the problem is like if I didn't Google it, I would have no idea how to get there because they don't tell you, oh, you have to go to here, and and to get there, you got to go to this town and go here, or, it's like southwest to this place. Like if it said something like that, like it would make sense. But that's what I'm expecting. Like I don't like reading, but if it doesn't point you in the direction by like putting a marker on the map or something, telling you, hey, go here to do what you got to do, then I'm expecting to open up the quest and to read through the quest to have an idea of where I need to go. And if it doesn't have that, then I kind of just feel like the game is either A, just intentionally making it difficult to slow people down, to force people to explore, to inflate the amount of time people are playing the game, or they kind of just haven't polished the game enough to, you know, make it so people can actually understand what to do. Yeah, but I'm not talking about back in the day. I'm talking about nowadays. When I'm logging into a game, that's what I'm expecting. What do you mean doesn't work for Eidolon for the past 2 years? Sorry, mate. Fip, I kind of was talking in Discord to Topher. No, I get that, Fip. That's what I'm saying. Like you and Topher are in that same mindset of, oh, back in the day, back when this game came out, back in the 2000s. I'm talking about today. When I log into a video game, regardless of how old the game is, I'm expecting some sort of directional input, right? Or easy way to navigate my way through the game to learn it and experience it and have fun versus, hey, we're not going to tell you anything, we're not going to give you anything, we're not going to explain anything, we're just going to throw you into a middle of a desert, and whatever direction you go, right? Like, I am tips talking, like, as I was talking to you about the Ragnarok stuff, he was talking to me as well. And you guys are basically both saying the same things. Like, well, back in the day, it was like this. Back in the day, it was like that. Like, and I'm like, but I'm not talking about back in the day. I'm talking about today. I said, back then, I'm fine for it. Because back then, when I played regular RuneScape, it didn't hold your hand. There was, you know what I mean? Figuring out the quest was hard. Figuring out where to go to do things was hard. And, we learned what we learned. And that's how it was 20 years ago. 15 years ago, even 10 years ago, it was somewhat like that still. I don't know, I felt like the official was kind of nice. Oh yeah, I think you can somewhat do that in original or in the retail, but I think you have to actually, because I think what that does is it cuts out the search feature, which you can do in the retail. Because you can search for someone's name and you can click on their name and then it'll like give you like pathway to them, right? And that's how I found the desert and the people I was looking for in retail. it's just like I said, there's another step that you have to do that in retail versus what you're saying, where they just give it to you built in. It's kind of nice. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, sounds right. Yeah, where you do the killing like you normally would, but you get a bonus at the end. Because the way I look at it is like, if you don't know what you're doing and you're brand new to the game, the quest kind of points you at mobs for your level, and that's kind of what I'm looking for, right? I'm not looking for, hey, run around zone to zone to zone, finding a mob that you can kill, but then when you go into random zone, you get one shot by a stupid ass mob because you didn't know it was such a high level or it was aggressive. Like that's what was pissing me off about Ragnarok. It's just like the zone levels from town to town weren't very linear. It was like, oh, right outside the town is level 1 to 10, and then the next zone is like level 30. And then past the level 30 is the level 5 zone. It's like, well, how am I supposed to get to level 5 zone? You know what I mean? Like, it's one of those annoyances that I was running into. And not knowing what mobs were in each zone. Um, and like, also knowing that, like, if I wanted to, like, around this town, there's these mobs that are okay, but then there's better mobs over here for this level, and then there's better mobs over here for this level. And like, that comes with just exploring and testing and trying things, and that's fine. But not knowing they exist because you haven't made it to that side of the map is the problem. Usually, what ends up happening is like take WoW for example, right? You wherever you spawn, wherever you start, they have like low level mobs around there that gradually get bigger or stronger as you move outward. And there's usually like a direction that is like a higher zone. Yeah, and that's what's really hard about it, is just knowing like what mobs to go and fight, where to go to find new mobs, like teleport to this town to try and fight mobs over here, teleport to this map. You know, that's the hard, and that's why I think those quests really help, because it's like you go to the one like jungle town and it's like, hey, I'm level 20. Oh, go kill slimes and tree trunks or whatever. It's like, okay, I've done that, turned it in, now I'm level like 25, 30. It's like, oh yeah, now you can go try and fight Bigfoots or whatever. It's like, oh, what are those? What are those? You know what I mean? It just kind of gives you this unstructured but somewhat directional-ish kind of way to like kind of give you information like, hey, now you're this level, you can go and fight these mobs. You might not be strong enough because of your stats or whatever, but for your level, this is something we recommend. And that's kind of what I was like, what I'm hoping for. Or like when there's a fucking quest that it actually says something along the lines of, hey, go to the desert and find these people. Normally they can be found near like rocky areas or something like that. Like some sort of hint, but not like directly saying it maybe. Versus, hey, George is looking for you. The fuck is George? Like, that tells me nothing. That doesn't tell me anything. George can be fucking anybody. Yeah, or just talking in game. Like that's how I did it for RuneScape. I just talked in game all the time to people. I'd run up to people and just ask questions. And like that's it. Back in the day, that was acceptable. That was how things were done. Yeah, but nowadays with like I've said this before with other things of other games, is when some games introduce things, it becomes more of like a norm slash standard that every game kind of picks up after. And if you don't have that in your game, people kind of write you off and don't like it. Like there's the small, minority, obviously, like 10-15% of people that still like that style of, hey, just let me do what I want to do. Don't tell me anything. I want to figure it all out. There is that small portion, but majority of the players, aka the younger generation, or the people that just don't have the time to spend just running around aimlessly for 3,000 hours trying to find a cow, like, you know what I mean? Like I'm too old to do that. I just need some direction because I'm on the computer just to have fun. I'm on the computer to experience things. And there's nothing wrong with a grind game, right? A direction. I want a general pointing, hey, go look that way. Go look to the west, right? Like I want some generalistic idea of like, hey, the cow's somewhere to the west of where we're at. I'm like, oh, sweet, thanks. That's helpful. At least I know it's not to the east, north, or south. Um, but at the same time, like I don't mind a game like RO where it's like go and grind these mobs until you eventually hit this, break point, and then you get strong enough to go and fight these mobs until you hit this break point. I don't mind that, but I also dislike that because I want something that I don't mind grinding, but I want to grind it for a reason other than just level it. Other than just grinding it to grind it. Like if I'm grinding it to get a specific item drop that's rare or whatever, or if I'm grinding it to get like a key or some sort of quest or something. There has to be something more than just grinding it for EXP. And that's where I was honestly struggling with RO. Like I liked RO. RO was really fun when I was, getting into it and I was learning it. But then I was like, okay, well I died, which is, whatever, I didn't mind. It started back over, died, started back over, and it's like, all right, well basically I just kill these roaches until I get to this level, and then I kill wolves until my eyes bleed, and then I kill them some more, and then I rebirth, and then I go kill roaches until I can kill wolves, and then I kill wolves until my eyes bleed, and I'm finally max level, and then now what do I do? Like it's literally the rinse and repeat problem I was having. Oh no, it was actually pretty insane. Like I leveled really fast in the original. It's because of the quest. Yeah, it was crazy back in the day. Yeah. Oh yeah, Fip. I saw there was a few mobs in the game that can't hit you or move that have decent XP or they're really high level. I just didn't know how to get to them. And yeah, Fip, I get it. Like, and the crazy thing is like games like Maple Story, right? Like you're grinding like 24 hours for like 0.1% of a level. Like some of that shit's crazy. Even Black Desert Online is kind of the same thing. At a certain point in Black Desert, you get to like level 67, 68, and it takes you like 1,000 hours to get a level, get to the next level. It's just crazy. Like I was saying, I don't mind the slow leveling. I just want to be able to do something that feels like I'm not logging in and turning my brain off and just going in a circle killing things. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. Logging in, going in a circle killing things. Like at least if I have a quest to go and kill 1,000 of them, and then I turn it in for some chunk of XP, and then I grab another one to do it again. Like at least I have a counter that I'm going off of for a goal. I'm not just killing until I fall asleep at my computer, and then killing until I fall asleep at my computer. Like I'm doing the same exact thing, but I at least have a counter that's like pushing me in the direction that I need to go. And once again, like it's more, it's less about the giving me something to do and more about the giving me the understanding of, hey, you can go and kill these mobs now that you're this level. Like giving me that direction as from a brand new player aspect to just understand that you don't have to kill these mobs instead, and they're also in the same area, but a little bit further. That was like my main thing when I first started playing. I was like, oh, well, where can I go to kill things? Oh, well, you can do this or this and maybe this, and most people do this, and it's like that's too much information. Like, yeah, but like the problem was like I would ask a simple question and I'd get met with like this convoluted, long, back-winded, just, well, you possibly, maybe, should, most people. I'm like, I'm not asking that. I'm specifically saying, where should I go to kill things right now? Like, it's a simple question. I don't need this convoluted, just crazy explanation. It is a simple question. I'm level 12. Where do you think I should go to kill things? But he knows what class I am. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's one of those things that you know what I'm playing. You know I'm brand new. It's as simple as just saying, oh, well, I know you're playing a sword. And I know you're level 15. So you should probably go and kill rockers for a short while. Like, oh, okay, cool. Where are those at? Which I did. I was terrified. I mean, I don't mind long-winded answers sometimes. Obviously, I do that on my stream all the time when people ask me a simple question. I like the extra information, but I want the original answer first and then the explanation after of why. Like, so like when I ask a question, I'm like, hey, where should I go fishing? You'd be like, well, it's 9 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday during the summer of this year, so you should probably think about, I don't know, going to talk to so-and-so to go and get this pickaxe, to go and break this rock, to then go and find this string from this monster to make this pole, to then eventually, going over to this lake when it opens up the next day to fish at this rock at this angle. I'm like, bro, just tell me where I need to go. I don't need this whole fucking backstory of Loch Ness Monster. Like, way too convoluted. I just want. Oh, you want me to go to the beach and fish on a rock? Alright, I'm down. And yeah, I'll definitely agree. Video is, I would say it is a child of them because it came out after and everything and it learned from all that stuff. It is kind of made in the same sense. Uh, but I think they did it better, right? You are chasing super rare drops, right? A lot of the time. You are chasing a lot of grinding time for EXP, but they also have like weekly and daily quests in certain areas to do certain things. Um, but majority of it is like not quest oriented, right? It's just you're going there to grind for EXP or drops to make money. And I would say RO is kind of that same point. You're farming for like specific equipment drops or card drops or whatever from certain mobs, or you're there for the EXP, or just in general for the basic mob drop to sell, to make currency, to buy things that you need. I get it. It's the same philosophy. The difference is I think BDO kind of gives a generalistic idea of where mobs are located for what difficulties a lot better with the map. I think RO3 will be fun as long as the UI and the camera and everything kind of feel solid. Like that's the hard. Like honestly, I could play RO2 if the camera didn't suck. I would play RO1 official if the fucking the size of the screen and I could scroll out a little bit. Like I am like, if you look, are you looking at my stream? This is what I feel like when I'm playing RO1. This is how much I can see. And I can't scroll out past this point. Plus, it is like plus the game is smaller than this. It's like this big on my screen. I can't make it bigger than this. I can't scroll out anymore. This I literally see this much of the screen, so I'm running around. Well, even in full screen, it's the same size as everything. It just stretches everything out. It's so annoying. That's what I'm saying. Like I've messed with it, and it just that's the problem I have with RO1, like official, like the unofficial, the privates. I like the fact that you can full screen, you can zoom out further, you can see much more, and I like that. But at the same time, like I don't want to be forced to play it on like a third party. For one, you know, I'm really opposed to that kind of stuff. I only played the hardcore one because of all you guys. Yeah, I was honestly surprised too. I was really bored. Um, but yeah, I probably won't play another one. Like I'd rather just play the officials. And if RO3 is going to come out, I'll just wait for that because I want to play it. I want to play the game. I think it's a cool idea. Like me and Pip were just talking about. Like I like BDO. BDO is basically the same thing. The only difference is it gives you a vague understanding of the difficulty of the mobs around the area on the map without having to do any convoluted searching or wikiing or anything crazy. And yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the problem. Mm-hmm. Yeah, ASDW would be great. Oh, what up, Cal? Hmm. Yeah, I think that was the problem. Is like they tried to update 1 into 2 with like a new engine, but kind of keep it what it was. But they didn't put enough polish and refinement into it, which it just felt bad. Like giving people the ability to like see the game less 2D and more 3D was a cool idea, but they didn't refine it enough, so it felt bad. It felt unfinished and just rough. So I think that's why it was like kind of abandoned and people hated it. And then, you know, after a few years, like I said, I think they stopped in 2022, because according to Steam, that's what it looked like. That they stopped putting in it. That was the last update. They probably were like, you know what? Why don't we just go back to the drawing board and just take what we did for RO2, but refine it and polish it further, bring it more into the modern age, you know, and kind of just keep it like the original, like the core, what we had from 1 that we tried to bring to 2, but just make it better. I think that's what they're kind of doing with 3. I don't think they're going anything crazy. I think they're literally just remaking the game, but in a more of a high end. Yeah, the one video that you showed me, I think, was he was going to fight like that big, like he was fighting the thief bugs, and I was like, hey, I know those things. Those thief bugs. And then he came up against a big thief bug, and he was fighting the big thief bug, and I was like, all right, that's dope. I can recognize this. I can understand this. What's wrong with RO3, Pip? Sorry, I was talking to Pip. But... Oh, they probably just have like a slash dance feature in the game, because all games kind of have that. Oh, like I said, they're probably just comically just adding a dance to it to, I don't know, lighten the mood or something. Just be silly. Unless there's a actual like bard class or some shit. You know? Yeah, Cal. So every month, at the end of the month / beginning of the month, we do what I call community night, which is more like community day. So usually it's like 2 days. It's either a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday. One of those, combinations. Or this is the first time we've done it on a weekend where it's Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So every day will be community night this weekend. But we do the votes in the Discord every month. I'm trying. I'm just having a bunch of conversations right now. But we do the vote, and I put up a list for a straw poll so everybody can vote on the games that they want to see and or play. And if you want to play with me at the same time on the community nights, you can react to it to let me know that you're planning on playing. So I'm expecting you to be around, whatever. And if there's a caveat like, hey, I won't be able to make it at the beginning of the stream, but I'll be there around X time on these days, that's fine. I just need the information so when I go to plan for what we're playing, I could try to coordinate with everybody that's going to be playing based off of what votes were accumulated to figure out what game we're going to be playing between us. And that's usually how it works. But I do that every month. And this month, like the last 2 months, was 7 Days to Die, and it was me and Topher just playing. And then this month, there was it was a four-way tie, and we kind of narrowed it down that I was really tired yesterday. I just needed something to just prop my feet up, turn my brain off, and just talk to chat. So I've never really played Stardew Valley. I still have no fucking idea what I'm really doing. But we just picked this. So fuck it, let's go. You know. And Poker's kind of doing the farming part. I'm just kind of fishing, leveling up my fishing, and yeah, that's basically all we're doing right now. We're just kind of, like I said, kicking the feet up and just having a good time, kind of thing, you know. Oh, I see what you're saying. Like, but I mean, the thing, Fip, is like, I think the game might be fun, but I have a feeling like what you're saying, you being afraid of it is more like Maple Story problems, right? Where it's like swipe credit card problems, right? Super big microtransactions, pay to win bullshit. Maybe not pay to win, but pay to progress, which is in a category of pay to win, right? Those kinds of things. I think that's more or less what I'm assuming you mean by you're afraid of RO3 coming out for being something like that. I have a feeling it will come out, and I have a feeling it might not be too bad, but it could also be absolute trash, right? Like we've had so many games come out that are just missing like important like polishing, right? Like certain mechanics and things like that within games are just expected to be there and they're just not. Like or they are, but they just kind of threw it in last minute and did nothing with it. It was fine. I just kind of talked more than I did anything else. Shocker. It is fresh cauliflower for recipe. Give me a second to catch up on chat, guys. I'm trying to water this for Trevor so he doesn't spend so much time. Yeah, try to do the edges so you can just do the long. Yeah, I see what you're saying, but like, I mean, every game kind of has that problem though, is the if there is any type of transactional microtransaction of items that give any type of advantage to progression and or skips, right? There are always going to be those players that pay money, right? And then they're going to be like, "Hey, look how fast I got to the end game of this. I got there in 12 hours." You know? After I got this item off of the auction house or, you know, whatever. Or they don't even tell you about that. They just say, "Hey, I got here in 12 hours. It's possible." They don't tell you that I spent $100,000 on cosmetic, you know, or microtransactions to like get all the buffs and benefits to like skip all this content. Like, so I see what you mean when it comes to that. But at the end of the day, like, yes, in theory, pay for progression, so you like advance faster, is in theory under the umbrella of pay to win because you get there before anybody that plays free to play, right? You get there faster, so you skip a lot of the content quicker, and you know you could get to the end where you could take advantage of your level and higher rated stuff and blah 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 blah. While the other people are still trying to get there, like you have the advantage for a while at least. But at the end of the day, like I find pay for progression to be kind of meh because you end up in the same spot as everybody else. Just takes you longer to get there, obviously, and it basically just boils down to, do you value your time or do you value your money more, right? And those people, they value their time more than they value their money, right? But they're also banking on the fact that I spent all this money early to get to the end faster, to then make my money back by selling, you know, my services to other players or whatever, right? Like those players, like from an example of like Lost Ark, right? People would swipe their credit card to get a lot of characters early on, and then they would swipe their credit card to get a ton of gold to buy all these extra materials people were selling, or to, you know, whatever. They like I said, swiping their credit card like crazy to progress fast, to get their characters to a point where they could funnel tons of materials into one character to level up that character super fast. To then, once that character is leveled up and progressed to the next tier, they can then turn around and use that character to make all that gold back, and all that money they spent is now being funneled back into their pocket indirectly, because now they're just selling carries, and now they're just above and beyond ahead of everybody. Maxed out character, you know, for whatever the hard cap is. They get there before anybody else. They sell all the carries. They have multiple characters that are now getting funneled materials that are also having multiple characters being able to carry, which is once again funneling even more money into the account. And then you're stifling all the lower level players at this point because they're getting gold from these raids that you're carrying them through, but you're forcing them to pay you that gold. So now they don't even get the gold. They get the items from the raid, but they don't get the gold. So it's halting their progression, slowing down their progression and everything. But since there's so many people doing this, there's no way to actually get a regular run organically without having to pay for a carry. And that was the biggest problem with Lost Ark, is the way that the community was designed. The people at the top would stay at the top because the lower level players were so stifled when it came to like materials and gold and currency and stuff, that they couldn't get enough materials to level their characters up to get to a point where they can actually get to the end game in a reasonable amount of time. So these, like I said, these high level players, there's like 10%, like I would say maybe 1% of the population is maxed out. And the other 99% can't get maxed out in a reasonable amount of time because they're being forced to pay these 1%ers everything they own just to be able to try to get to the next, you know, stage. And it's just crazy. And I feel like that's the one problem with pay for progression, is you can have a system in place like that where it caters to those people that do that, and then it halts the progress of everybody else. But if it's done properly, aka I would say BDO is my main example. Um, if like I said, let's take BDO for example. There is pay for progression in that game to a point. And what I mean by that is you can swipe your credit card and you can buy costumes. You can turn around and sell those costumes in game to other players that will pay you in game currency, and you can use that in game currency to then buy like starter gear and materials to attempt to enhance that gear, right? And the problem with this is the amount of money you would have to dump into the game to actually get best in slot gear maxed out is so astronomical. Like, I think I did the math, and I mean, honestly, it's not astronomical. People would do it. 1000% people would do it. Because people have dumped even more into more frivolous games. But it's a very small, minute amount of players that would dump this amount of currency into a game like this, knowing that the advancement you get from having max gear is so minuscule that doesn't mean you're going to win, right? It gives you like a 1% advantage to have max gear versus not max gear against a player that knows what they're doing. You're going to lose 99% of the time. It's it's just a fact. So BDO, yes, you swipe your credit card, you get an outfit, for example. An outfit gives you 15% more XP in a specific profession. So you're leveling 15% faster than somebody without the outfit. Okay. That's, I mean, $20 for 15% leveling speed. Yes, in the long run, it saves you probably thousands of hours in comparison to other people, but is it really that big of a deal? I mean, yeah, let's say 1,000. It saves you 1,000 hours in leveling. Okay, that 1,000 hours can be used doing something else, right? Or now that you're at max level and you're 1,000 hours ahead of everybody else, like, yes, it makes sense. But like I said, at the end of the day, like, it's a marathon, not a sprint anyway. So them being max level compared to you not being max level doesn't really hurt you all that much, if any, in a game like that. It just depends on how it's designed, right? If the microtransactions and the pay for progression and stuff is outrageous, then it makes sense when it's a problem like that, right? Um, I guess I explained that very poorly, but So I guess I should fish in the lake a little bit. Try and get some fish. I mean, I don't mind going to different places. I remember I had time, so. Yeah, I mean, money is more or less when I hit 10. So I've just figured I just fish, get levels right now, and finish up the catching stuff. So I'm assuming a lot of those fish, like the lake fish, for example, there's 4 of them, 1 per season probably, or something like that. Oh, whatever. Yo, giggle! But yeah, Pip, I will also agree with like the whole solo thing. In a game like RO where there's like world bosses and dungeons and stuff where you can't do solo, kind of sucks. I think games need to prioritize giving a solo version of things. Like the gear can be of a lesser value, but you should still be able to do the content. And there should be like a raid version of gear and then like a solo version of gear. So I don't know how you would design that in a way where it doesn't make something overpowered or not worth doing. Yeah. Am I giving it to Jody? I said why. Oh. Did you make this into a heart? This looks like a heart. It looks like a heart. Like you intentionally made a heart in front of my house. Like you're trying to tell me something. Yeah. How you doing, Giggle? How's the life and things, You still streaming some Eidolon here and there? Once every 6 months. Shooting? This Jody? You said down to the right, and then you said in the town after I went into the. You said in the town after you said down to the right, so I just assumed her. Ah. Yeah, that's a lot of close. Yeah, my Eidolon's kind of struggle busting right now, Giggle. We're making some progress, but just not putting that much effort into it. Fancy meeting you. I'm just gonna say, this looks wrong. But guy. Yeah, is that what we're calling it now? Herbert, he's jerking it, bro. Shaking it more than twice is playing with it, bro. Yeah, pretty much like normal Giggle. I will say though, Lost Ark actually did what I was talking about. They modified their raids so they can be done solo now. I thought that was really cool. What about a catfish? Oh. No, I'm just tired. Actually, I actually got some sleep today. I'm kind of happy about that. I went to bed at like noon, but I woke up at like 9. I got woke up a handful of times with the wife coming in and out of the room or letting the dogs in. Dogs being crazy, but oh no, I slept okay. I got about 8 to 9 hours of sleep. Been waking up and stuff. But I woke up at 9 and I was like, oh, I can kind of go back to sleep for a little bit longer. I don't got to strafe till 11, so. And I laid there for like 10 minutes, like, I can't go back to sleep. Because then all I could think about, my brain turns on. It's like, what about that creeper that was outside our house? Like, okay, so, to explain, we went and ran some errands, came back, and we were pulling, like, we turned to get onto our street, and there was a minivan just kind of parked in the middle of the road. And we're like trying to go around him, but as he sees us behind him, he starts like slowly creeping forward. We're like, okay, is he driving? Is he not driving? Can we go around him? Can we not go around him? I was like fucking confused. So we're like, fuck it. So we just went around him, and he was like slowly driving. He was like looking at us, and you know how you can like attach your phone to like your dashboard or whatever? He had like a suction cup thing to the back of his phone, and he had it stuck to his window, like his driver window on his door, and it was facing towards our houses, right? So he was slow driving by our houses with his phone attached to the window facing towards our houses, which was really weird. What made it even weirder is he would drive a little bit and then get in front of another house and stop, and then drive to the next house and stop, drive to the next house and stop. Like I said, I was like, this guy's creeping me the fuck out. So I'm seeing this, and he gets, what, 3 houses down from ours, and he just pulls into one of the driveways. And I'm like, that motherfucker doesn't live there. I know that for a fact. But I'm weirded out, and I'm standing on my driveway staring at this dude. Just staring at him, and he's looking at me, and then he takes his phone off of his window and rolls his window down, and he's just sitting there staring at me. Just staring me down. And I'm just like staring him down. I'm like, okay, this is a staring contest? Like, what's going on here? I'm gonna win. Yeah. Like, come on, I'm gonna win this fight. What's up? And yeah. Please make my day, right? So he's just sitting there, and there's a girl in the car with him, and she gets out, walks around the car, talks to him a little bit, goes up to the house, and then comes back, and then leaves again. I don't know where she goes. And then she comes back to the car, and then he pulls out of the driveway, and he's parked on the street in front of the house at that point. And I'm like, I don't know what the fuck to think. This guy has been sitting in front of this house for, like, wow. Way too long. And so I'm just confused at this point. Like, I don't know what the fuck I even think right now. So, and not only was he just parked there for too long, he was literally just staring me down. Like I was doing something wrong. Because I live here. But you were the one slow rolling everybody's houses and stopping in front of each one of them looking like you're taking pictures. Like, okay, I'm the one in the wrong here. Yeah. Well, what made it even crazier was we were trying to leave because we were going to her mom's to like let the dog out and stuff. Um, and as we were getting to the corner, because there's only one way out of our neighborhood. So we get to the corner and there's this Indian family that lives. Like, what's funny is I don't know if you like if you've experienced this, but in our neighborhood, one Indian family moved in, and then the next door neighbors, another Indian family moved in, and then next to those ones, another Indian family moved in. So it's like, and they all know each other. So there's like three of them in this like little triangle. They all know each other. They all do. And well, I think the ones that are right next to each other are like family. Like it's just both sides of the family. They're literally neighbors. They're right next to each other. Their kids are always playing together. They're always doing barbecues together. Like they're just together 24/7. Yeah, like that's what I feel like those ones are. And then next to them, like it's like catty corner from them. The other family lives like next to them as well, and then they go over to that house all the time as well. But anyway, so we're about to leave, and they're right on the corner as you leave. Like they kind of see everything because they're at the corner house for the main junction to the whole neighborhood. And I see the guy, I'm like, hey, just so you know, because he was just standing out on his yard. This guy's being sketchy as shit, and we explained it all to him, and he's like, yeah, go talk to him. I was like, okay. So he goes down and talks to the guy, and then comes back. We come back, and he's not nowhere to be seen to ask what happened. And later on, because basically what ended up happening is like we drove off to come back to see if the guy would leave. Maybe he was like not one to leave because we were just watching him. So we drove around the block. We came back, and the guy wasn't there, but the minivan was still there. So she just dropped me off at home, and I was like, "Fuck it, I'm just gonna sit at home in case this guy is trying to break into our house or something and knows that we left." So I stayed home and I stayed on the cameras just to see like who was coming and going in the front yards. And I see the Indian family walk by our house to go down there. All three of the dudes walked down there, and then all three of them walked back, and then I went outside and I went and talked to him. And they're like, "Yeah, we talked to him. He said he was there for the rental house." I was like, "Okay." That's still, and then the guy also added in, but that doesn't excuse him for slow rolling our houses and taking pictures. I was like, I know, weird, right? He's like, yeah. He's like, I already took his plates down. I was like, okay. And then he's like, but after we talked to him, he left. He went down that way. And I was like, oh, so he's still in the neighborhood because he can't get out unless he comes by us. And he's like, yeah. I was like, okay. And then yeah, it's fucking suspicious as fuck, bro. But anyway, so before I talked to them, I looked down there and I saw him. He had backed into the driveway to look less suspicious. So it looks like he's parked in the driveway now. Well, I was talking to him about it. He's like, yeah, he left a little while ago, but we haven't seen him like come out this way yet. I was like, yeah, he's definitely still over there. I see him parked in the driveway. He's backed in, and they all walked out into the street to like get because it's like kind of like a slight bend, so you can't see. So they walked all the way across the street, and they're standing there like, "Oh yeah, he's still there, sure as shit." Like they are not being subtle about it at all. And then I went back inside. They are hilarious. Like these guys are actually pretty funny. I don't understand them all that much, and we don't talk all that much because they're all the way at the corner. They're like 5 houses down from me. But it was just funny because I was talking to him about it. they're pretty nice people. Now, granted, their kids don't clean up after themselves, and it's really annoying. And they're pretty bad about picking up the trash. Like, they'll do a cookout, and they'll have like those metal tins of food, and they'll just leave it next to their house for like 3 weeks. You know what I mean? Like simple shit that you can clean up. Or their kids ride their bikes and stuff and leave them all over the sidewalk, so we have to walk around all their bikes. Like, it's just simple shit that they just don't do. But they're good people other than that, right? Anyway, so while I was talking to him about everything, and all that was said, I was like, all right, well, I'm gonna go back inside. He's like, that's fine. We'll keep an eye on him. We'll let you know. I was like, all right, sounds good. Appreciate it. I just thought it was funny. And then I guess they walked around a little bit, and I think they were telling everybody, because they walked by our house and then they walked across the street to the farmhouse that's across from us that's selling. And I think they talked to all those people, and then they talked to the people across from them, the 2 other families on the corner as well. And then, yeah, they were walking around talking to everybody. I'm just like, dude, that's hilarious. If those were renters, they're not renting anymore. You know what I mean? What? Yeah, what? Like, if you're there for a rental house, I'm okay with that. If you're trying to, like, see your neighbors' houses and whatever, that's fine. Slowly drive by, but don't stop in front of each house. That's fucking sketchy. Yeah. Like, my thought was, like, is he taking pictures of the house to understand, like, okay, what vehicles they have? Maybe he's gonna, like, I don't know, hypothetically speaking, is he gonna, like, run plates? Is he gonna try to figure out who lives where? Do some research background on us to figure out, like, who possibly makes more money than who, to see who they want to try and rob? Like, trying to get, like, yeah, like, maybe try and find us on Facebook or something to, like, try and monitor our comings and goings, because, you know, people post pictures like, oh, on vacation, blah, 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 you know what I mean? Like, who the fuck knows? So I'm like, yeah, this motherfucker's super fucking sketch, right? But then I think the guy stayed there for like an hour or 2, and as I was on the phone with the wife and I just had the cameras on, I saw him slow driving past our house again to leave the neighborhood. He didn't stop this time, but he was driving like 5 miles an hour through the neighborhood. But he eventually left. That's super sketchy. That was my day. So when I woke up, you know, at 9 o'clock, I'm laying there and I'm like, was he gonna come back tonight and try and break into our house, you know? Like, am I gonna have to self-defense murder somebody tonight? Like, could you imagine if I was streaming and someone tried to break into my house? Hold on, guys, I gotta go stab a motherfucker. Yeah, just give me 5 minutes. It's fine. Fine. Yeah, to like get like, yeah, because they get an intel on all the families and everything, you know. But the problem is like our strip. Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, I would honestly suspect them because they're brand new. I know everybody else. But so our neighborhood is one of those new developed neighborhoods, but it's weird because there's this main road that drives down the center, like, you know, whatever. Like our neighborhood comes off it. So there was an old neighborhood that was over here, but they added onto it with these newer houses. So they only added like 10 houses on this side of the road. So we're like, and it's a straight line of 10 houses connecting the old neighborhood to the other old neighborhood. 10 brand new houses right along the road. And that's where we are. What? Yeah, what do you want? Go away. Unless you're gonna be reaching around back there, like, go away. So there's just these 10 straight houses. Like I said, the 3 Indian families and the people that live across from them, there's 2 more people, and there's like 8 other houses along with us. and he was just happened to be, you know, there's one house for rent because it was the one house that was bought but went into foreclosure like 3 months later, and it sat on the market for like 8 months before somebody picked it up to rent it, and the renters just left like earlier, like in the middle of like last month, and they're put it back on the market to have someone rent it. So it makes sense if someone's showing up to look at it to see if they want to rent it, and why we've never seen the person before. But it's so weird. Yeah, I even told the wife, I was like, I'm tempted to call 911 and be like, hey, there's a guy being real sketchy in our neighborhood. Like, we ain't liking this. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like, my first thought was, okay, so people might find this to be a little racist, but the people that first lived there, I think they were Haitian or something. I don't know. All the women wore the little head robe thing, and they spoke crazy ass language. They told me what it was, and I can't remember what it was, but I couldn't understand them very well. No, not that kind of, like, it was an actual language that had syllables in it, but I couldn't understand them because I don't speak other languages. But all the women wore the little head get up and everything, and you know, the guys, I don't know what they did, but they all look young. And today, I almost want to say it looked just like those people. Like, the lady was wearing the same get up that the other people would be wearing, and the dude looked very similar to one of the other dudes that was there before. So my thought was, like, is it the same people that originally had the house and foreclosed on it, and they're just coming back to, like, look at the neighborhood? Like, I don't know. I was so confused. Yeah. Wow. That got me. Wait to be, yeah. Yep. I mean, the problem is yes, that's technically, like, quote unquote racist because you're lumping them all into one thing, but there's also a reason for it. That's what I'm saying. There's a reason why he's, like, singling them out, is because every single one of them that comes in there doesn't. I get it. Do I agree with it? Not really, but I mean, it's like me with BMW drivers. I fucking hate all of them. I kid you not, there's only one BMW driver I've ever met that I actually didn't hate. Yeah, like, I've never actually stumbled across a random BMW driver on the road that didn't drive like an asshole. They didn't act like they owned the fucking road. And the only one that I have run into that I knew drove a BMW that I didn't hate that person was one of my college instructors. One of the nicest people I've ever met, at least at school. I don't know how he is in real life, but at school he was a nice person. He was literally the head, like, IT guy for Allstate, the actual big national company. He was the manager for their company, and he taught us at school on his off time, which was really cool. And he drove a BMW. And what was crazy with how rich that motherfucker's gotta be for being like head honcho over there. Why is he leasing a fucking brand new BMW every year? Like, just buy one. Yeah, but he's paying like $1,500 a month for a lease. That at the end of the year, he's either giving it back and getting nothing, or trading it in for another one and continuing a $1,500 lease or more every single month, when he could just straight buy one for $80,000. And, you know, 5 years down the road, whatever, at the end of his warranties, he could just trade it in. I'm just, you know what I mean? At the end of his warranty, which warranties are like 6 to 10 years, right? If you get the extended warranty, it's like closer to 10 years of warranties, where you have to pay for nothing. Literally nothing. Everything is taken care of. At the end of the 10 years, you just trade that in and you just get another brand new car. Like, if you only want one car and you want a BMW, but you don't want to deal with maintenance and issues, and you do that instead of leasing. Like, it's the same price. But with a lease, your insurance has to be completely different than owning a car. So your insurance is more expensive because you're leasing instead of owning. It's crazy. Some people just don't think. It's like those people that do those grocery hauls. It's like, hey, this is our 1 week grocery haul for a family of 12 or whatever. And it's like $3,000. Yeah, but they're still spending $3,000 after all of that. Like, there's this one lady, she goes to like Costco and Sam's Club and stuff, and she has like $500 in those Little Debbie like fucking muffins. You know what I'm talking about? Those ones that are prepackaged muffins. It's those little tiny ones that come in like prepackaged. There's like 5 tiny ass muffins inside of this one little bag, and like a box of them is like $20, and you get like, I don't know, like 5. One of the what? I haven't done the sunfish. I thought I needed the brimfish. That's why I kept it. I forgot about the sunfish. I'll just do it tomorrow. Yeah, I remember seeing the brie. That's why I kept that one. What'd you sell? Oh, let's go! Whose dick did you suck? You be putting your knees on people's shoes. Yeah, that shit's crazy. That shit is fucking wild. Like, it was just such a sketchy thing to like just randomly drive home to, and we're like, wait, what? What's going on? And then we didn't even want to leave because what made it even more sketchy is he was straight staring me down after the fact of like when I saw him doing this, I'm watching him and he's just watching me watch him. It was like, it made it even fucking more awkward. I honestly thought about just walking down to him and be like, stop. It's just like, is there a reason you're staring me down? Like, is there a reason you're driving by my house at like Mach 0 and you know, just being really sketchy? Like, is there a reason why you're doing this? Now you're just, you know, trying to play it off like doing nothing? Like, come on, look brother up with some info here. What's going on? Like, I was like you said, I was so tempted to just be like, hey, yo, 911. There's a dude slow rolling past all our houses and stopping in front of each one of them. Now he's parked in someone's driveway that he doesn't own. And he's just sitting there staring us down, like just watching it. Can you come and take a look at this and figure out what the fuck is going on? Or somebody does something that they were gonna regret. It ain't gonna be me. I regret nothing. Alright, we got crab pots in the water. I didn't put any bait in them. I have no idea what to do. Let's chuck them in the water. Anyway, yeah, that's why I woke up at 8 and I couldn't go, or 9 and I couldn't sleep. Singles in the area? We ain't talking about Pringles. Pringles sound good. But what up, Dig? Oh, shit. We have called the cops once here, but it was for a raccoon. It was like 11 o'clock in the afternoon, right? And a fucking raccoon is just like staggering across the road. We're like, oh, that's not weird or anything. So we called 911 to let them know. And they're like, okay, we'll have someone come out and take a look at it soon. And while we're on the phone with the cop, parked on the side of the road, like watching the raccoon or whatever, and a truck pulls in right in front of us. Guy gets out, messes with his pants a little bit, walks over to us. He's like, hey, what's going on? He's like, oh yeah, we see this raccoon, man. He's fucking weird looking. He's staggering. He's in the middle of the day. He's like, oh yeah, he's probably rabid. I'll take care of it. He walks up to that bitch, pulls out a gun, shoots it. Shit you not. Guarantee you, I'm 900% positive he had a silencer on that thing. We weren't more than 5 feet from him, and I couldn't hear it while I was watching it. I clearly saw him pull the trigger. I saw the gun lurch back. I saw the thing get hit, stagger sideways, fall down from the impact. Didn't hear the gun. I was like, what the fuck did he just shoot that thing with? That's crazy. That's crazy. I was like, holy shit. Oh, no. So it made it even worse. So we called the cops back. We said, hey, we just called about a raccoon. Like, oh yeah, okay, we remember. And I was like, yeah, well, when we got on the phone with you, another guy walked up to us, asked us what was going on, and he kind of just shot it and walked off. I'm like, what? Like, yeah, I don't know. It was just like bald-looking white guy, and he got into this like truck or something and drove off. Like, you know what color truck was? Like, I don't know, maybe silver. I don't remember, but. Yeah, that just happened. Like, okay, well, we'll let the officer know. Fuck. So, like, you can leave or whatever. And then while we're at McDonald's, she gets a phone call from the officer that finally showed up, like 5 minutes later. And she's like, "Hey, I was called out here to check on a raccoon or whatever, and they said it was shot." I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "Well, it's walking around. Looks perfectly fine." We're like, "What?" We clearly saw him get shot. And yeah, and then what was even funnier is like, she's like, "Oh, I didn't hear any gunshots. So, are you sure he shot it?" I was like, "Oh no, 100% he shot it." Like, it was pretty funny. Yeah, it was interesting. But they said that it didn't look like it had rabies, but it looked like it could have had distemper or whatever. So they took care of it or whatever. But that was a wild day. I'm pretty sure it was like a small 22 handgun that he put a silencer on, because 22s don't make a lot of noise anyway. Yeah, and honestly, if you just put a 20-ounce bottle and you tape it to the end of a 22 pistol, you can't hear it anyway. Like, it's a one and done silencer. It's like ghetto ass fucking silencer, but you could always do that. But I guess silencers are not illegal. Didn't know that. I had to Google it. Really? That's not what the Google said. Google said they're now like allowed to be purchased by anybody, and it's allowed for like concealed carry and so on and so forth. So I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, I thought there were specialty only kind of things that, yeah, licensed and shit. Yeah. So this is what I'm talking about, Dig. So are silencers illegal in the U.S.? No, silencers are not generally illegal in the U.S., but they are heavily regulated under national law, blah, blah, blah. 42 states allow civilian ownership of silencers. The process to acquire one involves strict regulations, including background checks, blah, 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 blah. But you are allowed to have one for, you know, regular people. You just have to jump through some hoops and stuff, right? So, like I said, I didn't know. I had to Google it. But yes, according to Google, I just pulled it up on stream. You just have to jump through some hoops, like you said, background checks and a couple other miscellaneous things through the ATF and, you know, the Firearm Association, blah, blah, blah. But once you get through all that, you're allowed to have them. And I didn't know that, because I was under the impression that they were still straight up illegal to commercial use, like residential, you know, pedestrian people. Like, yeah, concealed carry like Diamond does, and then almost anybody can fucking get that shit. But I didn't think the fucking silencer thing was in that boat nowadays. Yeah, that just means you can murder somebody in your house and no one would know. No, I know what you mean, Dig. There's like suppressors and there's silencers. There's different versions of them, and they're not as suppressing as you would think. But I'm telling you, without a shadow of a doubt, this motherfucker shot a gun right next to my car and I didn't hear it. I've never seen something so quiet in my life. It was crazy how quiet it was. Yeah, but an air pellet wouldn't cause blood, Dig. I mean, it would, in theory, depending on its potency. But an airsoft gun? Why would a guy pull out an airsoft gun, shoot something, and be like, alright, he's done, he's gonna die, blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? Like, why would the thing literally lurch back as it just got hit with, like, something solid, stumble, and, like, fall over from an air pellet? Like, yeah, they hurt. It's kind of like a paintball, but a little bit worse, in my opinion. But I don't see a big-ass raccoon literally going from a standing position to knocked over on its side. Knocked off of its feet. Like, from an air pellet. Like, I'm just saying. I don't see that. It's possible. Don't get me wrong, it's possible. But I also don't see an airsoft gun having as much kick as that pistol did that he shot. Because I'm talking like he was holding it, and when he shot it, it kicked a good like 4 inches up, like he wasn't holding it properly or something. He was a big dude. It kicked. It kicked hard. Unless he intentionally flicked it up when he shot it, I don't know. To make it look like maybe he shot it. I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know the whole circumstance. I just know what I saw and what it appeared to be. It was crazy. But I definitely do think that if you were in your house and you shot someone in your house with a silencer, I don't think your neighbors would per se hear all that much. They wouldn't know it was a gunshot that they heard, if they heard it at all. That's what I'm thinking. All right, I need to keep the sunfish. I don't know. Kill a fly. What's that? Plum something? Oh, the tentacle porn things. Oh, gotcha, yeah. Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, I know. What up, Carnage? Yeah, no. Making progress then. I wish there was jumping in this game. Like, not for any, like, actual purpose in the game, but just while I'm running, I'd like to jump up and down. Yeah, just, you know, Margaret, that's all you do. You just running and jumping the whole time. Just like, not that it does much of anything for you, just have it. Oh, really? Yeah. We'll go back to it. Okay. And yeah, I agree, Dig. Most people, if they heard an actual gunshot coming from a house, they wouldn't know what it was. I agree. For sure, I agree with that. I mean, I've heard plenty of gunshots in my day. Um, and like, even me knowing what it sounds like, I might, you know, misconstrue it for, you know, someone with loud music or, like you said, someone slamming something or dropping something. Like, it's possible. But I'm just saying, like, if there was a silencer added in on top of that, it makes it even harder to understand. You know what I'm saying? Because now it's like a little bit more of a muffled sound, so it makes it a little less apparent. Yeah. You said someone got banned like loud and straight. Oh. Oh yeah, so how long you stick around tonight? I'm fishing. I'm fishing. Caught a big mouth. honestly one of the worst fishers in real life, though. First thing is I don't like touching fish or bait. And secondly, I'm just really bad at it. The only fish I've ever caught is a flying fish. I caught it through the wing. No, it's like it felt like something was like hitting my line, so I just yanked, and then something was like pulling. I was like, all right, so I pulled it up, and I caught it through his wing. I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah, so you know, my grandpa, he takes it off the hook for me or whatever, and hooks it back up with something new. I was like, all right, so I threw it in the water, and I feel something like really yanking. I'm like, what the fuck? So I pull it, and it's a fucking squid. I'm like, how the fuck did I manage to do this back-to-back weird-ass fucking catches? I've never caught anything else. Okay. Shark just dragging him around the ocean. That's crazy. I mean, there was a video not that long ago. I don't remember exactly the circumstance. How am I supposed to get to those bubbles? Okay. I don't remember the circumstance, but some guy was in a kayak and like a blue whale swallowed his ass. He was in the blue whale's mouth, and then he like the blue whale kind of like spit him out towards the end, but crazy. You're just fucking kayaking and a fucking whale just comes up and tries to swallow your ass. Yeah, I saw someone playing Titan Quest 2 earlier, and I was looking, I was like, damn, that would be kind of fun to play. Like, 'cause it looked so much like Grim Dawn, but it looked a lot more polished. Let me rephrase, it's not so much polished, but the abilities and skills and stuff looked a little bit more apparent of what they are. I mean, there's obviously random one-offs and stuff, but yeah. Yeah. I was watching TV show, it's obviously fake, but like called The Odyssey or whatever. It's about a cruise liner ship or whatever. One of the episodes was about a bunch of like a whole herd of orcas attacking the cruise liner and trying to like bring it down. It was crazy. And like the orcas were actually like hunting the sharks and the sharks were running from the orcas, and the sharks ran straight into the propellers of the ship and broke the propellers. Like a great white shark, just full speed ahead, right into the propellers of the ship. Oh, I mean, I've seen them like trying to knock things like seals off of like blocks of ice and stuff. No, the play catch. And they play fetch. Yeah, they're weird. But I mean, have you ever seen them trying to get like a seal off of like a block of ice before? Splashing and splashing and trying to like knock it off and like yeah, they do like little big wave splashes, which is crazy to know that they're like actually thinking that much ahead. Or have you seen the ones that beach themselves to like try and grab something off the beach? And they will like wiggle themselves back off the beach into the water? That's crazy. You should Google that. That shit's crazy. Alright. We're full and I have a few fish that I've done before. Friendship. Maybe our shape breaks them out. I don't know. Maybe they see the arms and the legs. You're like, yeah, I ain't touching that thing. Interesting. He's like, oh, you taste bad. Your friend, not food. Oh, did you see the video of I think it was a dolphin or a beluga or something, that someone dropped their cell phone into the tank and it went down and grabbed their cell phone and brought it back to them? That was crazy. Was it an ocean? Yeah, I'm gonna send you a video. No. Hilarious. Yeah, it's just a stupid. Oh my god. Oh my god, the tail flip. What the fuck? That seal's flying. Oh my god. I don't want to hear that one ever in my life. That's all boot camp shit. Can't tell you how many times like in boot camp you just be like doing something and your instructor will come up and be like, "Where's your rack? Like, where's your pack? Oh shit, where'd I put it? Fuck. Where'd I put my pack?" Yeah, I sent you a video. The beginning is them beaching themselves, and then halfway through it's like the tail flip, and you just see a seal like 500 feet flying through the air. Wait, see how like they like that one doesn't show them going very far under the beach, but some of them they go really far into the beach to get something. Yo, what up, mate? Yeah, crazy. It's the other one was funny because like it comes up to the beach and grabs one. There's like three of them in the water, like slowly coming up. One of them gets grabbed. The other one's just sitting there on the beach staring at his friend getting eaten. Like, well, what are we gonna do now? We were playing tag. He was it. Oh man. Well, I need to find a sturgeon. I don't know. Moose are huge. Doing good, mate. How are you doing? Really? Okay. I mean, I wouldn't doubt it. They don't. Yeah, I saw that after I asked it. Sorry. That's crazy. Yeah, that's nuts. Alright, I need to get a sturgeon. Is that like a rare catch from like the river or the lake? Alright, so what you're saying is I don't have anything else to really catch right now during spring. Yo, Jim! There's a log. Oh, let's see if I can find it. The dad joke? Oh. What is a tick? And wait, what does the tick and Eiffel? Oh, Eiffel. Tick and Eiffel Tower have in common? They both are parasites. Okay, that's pretty funny. Hmm. Oh, you're talking about this big lake or big log in the under the water? Do it from the top or from the side? I think I'm good. Yeah, how do I get a better fishing pole? How much that cost? That's it. I'm stealing your money. Where's she at? Oh, Willie. I thought you said somebody else. Okay. I'll give him Willie. What's going on, Jim? How's your day going? Did your character coming along a little bit, or did you not put a little effort, any effort into it yesterday? No, got nothing to do with it. Get away from me. Better not. Better be right here. It's locked. Motherfucker. Ooh, one quest from Act 4. Let's go. That's huge. Let's go. Which quest is it? I'm trying to remember Act 3 off the top of my head. Shit. Why am I drawing a blank? It's the one to go. Okay, isn't it the one where you have to go to the top of the tower? Where you needed like the hand or whatever to get into the bottom of the tower, and you had to work your way to the top of the tower? Arcade or whatever. No, you're not gonna remember the name. I just try to remember like the actions, because I'm not good with names. Okay. Oh my god. Jeez. Well, I mean, true story. There's this girl in middle school. Funny enough, like I had no idea who she was. I was sitting there eating by myself one day, and she walks up and sits in front of me. She says, "Are you so and so?" I'm like, "Yeah." Fuck you. She's like, "Oh, I'm Kim." I was like, "Oh, hi Kim. Do I know you?" She's like, "Oh, we went to elementary school together." I was like, "What?" we what? Like, yeah, we had this teacher together. I'm like, okay, I had that teacher. How the fuck do you know that? That's weird. Okay. And she's like, yeah, you know, me, you, Justin, and Ashley were all friends. I'm like, okay, this is weird. How do you know these people? Like, yeah, I have no idea who she is, but I definitely know Justin and I definitely know Ashley. So I'm like, who the fuck is this girl? What the fuck? And it was just so weird. And so, you know, we hung out. I took her at her word, you know, that I knew her. And we started hanging out or whatever, but it was so weird. One day, like, she was hoier and ho, but, like, obviously I never had the time of day with her. But, like, there was one day, like, someone dared or bet that she couldn't put the whole corn dog in her mouth or whatever. I kid you not, she grabbed a brand new corn dog, and I mean fresh, not even taking a bite out of this motherfucker. She put the entire thing, stick and all the way in her mouth, and closed her mouth. I was like, holy shit, that's impressive. I'm sorry, that's impressive. That's crazy. Yeah. Funny too, like we were just really good friends after that. Like in general, like when she walked up and introduced herself. So weird. I got into a fight over her. Yeah, she's like. Well, what's funny is like they were at one school, right? And I was only at that school until 3rd grade. And they were in my 2nd grade class. And in 4th and 5th grade, I went to another school, and then I lived somewhere else. So my middle school was different than where they would have went most likely. So I never seen Justin again, you know. Um, and I never saw Ashley until high school. Randomly stumbled into her. I saw her one day. I was like, "Wait, are you so and so?" She's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Huh? Odd that I remember you." um, it was so funny, and she didn't believe me. But what was funny is I still had her 2nd grade like school photo in one of my bins at home, and I brought it to school one day, and she's like, "Holy fuck, that's me!" I was like, "I told you," because she didn't believe me, just like I didn't remember Kim. Like, it was so funny. Yeah, that shit's crazy. Yeah, exactly, Dig. That's exactly what I told her. I was like, I literally, like, she told me all this, and like, I'm gonna be honest, everything you said is true, but I don't remember you at all. I think it's fine. I was like, all right. But like I said, we became friends. We hung out a lot. I got into a fight over her once because the kid was throwing rocks at her, and I punched him in the throat, and then I rubbed his back until he felt better. Um, and then one summer, you know, I brought her to Adventure Island with me. I was like, "Hey, you want to go to Adventure Island? Yeah, let's go." It's a Florida thing. It's basically a water park. Yeah, pretty much. I I don't know why, but I just when you said that, the first thing that popped in my head was like Great Wolf Lodge or something for some reason. Yeah. Hmm. Let's just say there's a slide at Adventure Island that is notorious for dudes to just sit at the bottom because it is about, well, it's about 100 feet off the ground, the slide, and it's basically straight down. And most of the women that go on it lose their top. Yeah, there's a few of them that lost their bottoms. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I know a few chicks that lost their bottoms. That was an interesting one. But bro, I went down that once. I'll never do it again. It literally, the water hits your ass so hard, basically like getting a fucking enema. It was awful. Yeah. So I got my own bidets. I wouldn't know. Mhm. I don't think I could do a bidet if I'm being honest, but it doesn't sound too terrible. It just doesn't sound like it sounds like it's like an acquired taste. No, see, you use the butt wipes, right? You use those damp butt wipes. So much better. You throw them away. Yeah, not the dude ones, but yeah, the same, similar ones. So much better. Mm-hmm. 7 things, yeah. That's crazy. Yeah, well, the problem is they say they're flushable, but they're really not. Bro, I'll tell you right now, life changing. Oh, fucking supporters. Want nothing to do with this. Yep. Interesting. Where's that? Where's that? Is that this big thing next to the hospital? 9 a.m. I need a fishing pole. Oh, and a little bit more backstory on that Kim chick. So, after middle school, I never really saw her again. I mean, I hung out with like once or twice. Like I said, I brought her to like Adventure Island and stuff. But we didn't go to the same school, so I never really got to see her all that much. But I saw her on Facebook a few days later or whatever. I guess she got into a car crash, and I don't know what the hell happened to her, but she turned into this like really devout like Bible person. Like you look at her Facebook, it's like party, 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 club, 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 dressed all fucking, slutty and all this other stuff. And then boom, all just Jesus loves you, all these like weird sayings and just Bible verses and just night and day difference. Is that the biggest backpack? Oh, thanks, mate. I appreciate it. No, it is. That's the thing. Like, so I don't know what happened per se, but like she had a complete 180, and I think she moved up to Alaska, and she lives in Alaska now, and she's doing like church stuff and things. I'm like, that is a complete 180. What do I do with these crab pots? I have to load it with bait, right? How do I do that? Well, I just put. Well, I caught bait when I was fishing out here. That's what I did. Okay. Okay, forgot. There's a bobber. Ooh. Iridium? Is that what I want? What am I looking for? A hook and a bobber? Okay. Okay. Can I swap them in and out? But you said I can have two. Oh, bait goes in the other one? Okay. Do I want bait? I'm saying, do I want to buy bait or whatever? Bait? We'll put this thing on. Okay. Got me a big rod. Wink, wink. He's taking pictures of my rod. Oh man, I was work today, mate. I know you said you had to go to an early today, so hopefully you're not too tired. It's pretty late. Yeah, now we can actually hold a lot of stuff. No idea. Oh, did you take a nap or something, mate? Or you just got time to relax and now you feel a little more recharged? Is there a way to increase your energy bar? Yeah, okay. Interesting. Ooh, ate some food. That sounds good. Reminds me, I should go get some pizza. Yeah, I only have 2 more slices of pizza from the pizza we bought the other day, so I'm gonna microwave that, and that'll be my snack for tonight. Mm. Oh, finally fed up with all the bullshit. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It'd get done faster if you put your knees in my shoes. Yeah. Tacos? Oh, I love tacos. Yep. I mean, that's the problem with like a situation like that is like you're kind of they know you're gonna do it. They know you're gonna work your ass off. So they're like, why would we help? Why would we put extra work in if they know that you're gonna take care of it? So hip dysplasia. Hell yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's always the problem is like when you're there for so long, they just kind of rely upon you and just start throwing more and more at you, and then like complain that like, well, why isn't this done? Why isn't that done? It's like because you're giving me too much to do. This is out of my wheelhouse, and you're not understanding that. So unless you're gonna give me a break here and chill the fuck out, how about you get somebody else to do this? Because I'm done. But then at the same time, it's like now you got to get a new job, and then you're like low man on the totem pole again, and all this other bullshit, and you got other bullshit to deal with, right? Because it's new bullshit. But at the end of the day, like it sometimes it'll be for the better, sometimes for the worse. You never know. Uh-huh. Interesting. I'm gonna go make some pizza. I'm gonna go make some pizza. And we're gonna eat that while we chat. Alright, I got my pizza. I also got a cupcake. But I am gonna get some water. Because mate made me drink all my water. So I gotta get some more. I'll be right back. Alright. Got my water. Oh, I mean, water's good for you, but God, do I have to pee all the time? You know what I mean? Like, that's the worst part about drinking the water. Is always having to fucking pee. It was funny. There was one morning, me and the wife were just hanging around in bed watching TV. And she woke up late and I was tired, right? We didn't go and run any errands or anything. And in an hour, I think I peed 4 times. I wasn't drinking water, but this was like after a stream where I drank like 3 or 4 Yetis. And a Yeti is about 30 ounces of water. And I had to pee so much that hour. It was crazy. I mean, I'm old now, though, mate. When I was younger, I didn't pee that much, even when I drank a lot. I'm old now. So I pee a lot. We were talking about the games earlier. Would you make a comment about Lord of the Rings for? That you were surprised we were playing it or something? I mean, it could be more polished. I agree, and this is one of the comments I had. Is the game does lack a little bit of polishment and refinement, but overall, like low key, the way it plays. Well, what I'm saying is like I played a lot of WoW, and it plays almost identically. The only difference is like the slight lack of polish. But like the gameplay and like the combat itself feels fine. Yeah, exactly. Like if it was put on a new engine, maybe a little bit more crispy, graphic-y, I guess, color palettes and stuff. Like that's just all cosmetic work. When it comes to actual like problems with the game, it's mostly UI based, and a lot of it boils around the quest. Like being able to like, oh yeah, most of them are. But just like navigating like, yeah. Well, one, one of the problems with the quest is like, if you're not with, if the quest person isn't within the radius of your minimap, it gives you an arrow pointing in the direction, which is cool. But once the person or the item you're looking for was within the radius of the minimap, the arrow goes away and there's no indicator anywhere. So it's like, okay, well, I know it's somewhere in where I'm standing, but where? So you walk to the left, it's like, oh, the arrow's pointing back to the right. Okay, so you walk to the right, it's like, okay. So you walk to the right until it goes to the left. You're like, okay, so somewhere in the vicinity, it's like, motherfucker, dude. It's like, just put a marker on the map. Like, seriously. Better than Dungeons of Liberty. Oh my god, dude, First Descendant was fucking pissing me off. I wanted to complete it. My OCD fucking with me. Pretty much. I did want to go back and just like leisurely kind of like play it a little bit. But I launched it and I looked at the main screen and was like, yeah, let's go play something else. Probably. Oh, you mean you played Throne and Liberty with me before you realized it was Dungeons and Liberty? I wasn't looking at the wall, I was looking at the dungeon. I was looking at the hallway. What was at the end of the light of the tunnel? That was one of my arguments. I even said that on stream. It's like, I don't disagree with having world boss drops. I disagree with like the frequency of the spawning. Yeah, that's what I was saying. The other games do it every hour, it will spawn, but you can only get a drop once a day. I think that's a fine system because no matter how little you play the game, you can manage 1 kill a day. I mean, don't get me wrong, there is a slight what's that word? It's slightly true that if it spawns every hour, there will be certain times of the day that there won't be any people. Because people have already cleared it. Based off of the amount of people that are hitting it, yeah. Granted, people control at that point, but yeah. It should just be scaled up the amount of people that are in the engagement, right? Like, you zone in, right? You walk through a portal or something. However many people are in the portal is however strong the boss is. That simple. People leave the portal, he loses power. And I don't mind dungeon grind, but I want a dungeon grind that's more than just grinding it, or it's just the sheer fact of grinding it. You know, I want there to be a resource that you use for crafting purposes, or that, you know... Yeah. I mean, and I don't just, like, I don't mind that type of play style. What I mind is, if I'm looking for an RNG item like that, you don't need it to be a once a week, specific date and time kind of bullshit where I can't even do it because I don't play at that time slot. Like, if it was like a world boss that spawned every day, every hour, and you only get 1 drop per day, and then you're looking for a random RNG roll on it, I'm down for that grind. I'll log in, I'll kill it once a day, and eventually get it. Yeah, that's whatever. Yeah. Only on Wednesday. And I don't mind grinding dungeons, like, well, this dungeon for 1 piece, this dungeon for 1 piece, this dungeon for... I don't mind that either. But it's not the dungeon's fault. That's the community's fault. Like, I don't mind doing it in terms of like even with WoW, right? You run the dungeon in WoW for a specific piece of gear. It's the same thing. I don't mind that style of gaining gear. I mind it when your community is doing anything and everything they can to not do the dungeon as intended, to glitch it and break it and to simplify it without actually having to do the dungeon. That's where it gets annoying. Yeah, they need to fix the dungeon so you can't do it. But at the same time, like, I don't, like, if people want to glitch, they want to glitch, that's fine. But where it becomes a problem is where they kick you out of the party because you won't glitch. Like, when the community gets to a point where they're forcing you to do it, or they kick you out of the group so you can't complete the dungeon because you won't glitch, that's where the real problem is. It's similar to like the Lost Ark thing where you can't get into a regular run of a dungeon because if you're not paying for a carry, they won't bring you. It's kind of the same thing. So at that point, like the game has to evolve with its community. If the community is playing it this way, they have to adjust it so the community can't do that, or they have to lean harder into the way the community is doing it. Oh yeah. Yeah. And it's the principle of the fact, like, I paid for early access and I haven't been able to play. That's weird. Yeah. Huh. Like I said, there's a lot about Throne of Liberty that was fun, that I did enjoy, that they did well. But the way the community went, and then the other systems that overlapped, made it bad. Like, this world boss spawns once a week at this specific time. Oh, but guess what? It's guild versus guild. So if you don't have a guild, you can't do it. Yeah. And then on top of that, it only gets you only get drops if you do enough damage. And what I mean by that is like the more damage you do, the better your chances of getting a drop. So if you only hit it once and do like 1,000 damage, but everybody else has done like 3 million damage, you're not getting a drop. Yeah, so it's just like all those systems that overlap made it into a dog shit system. I love that mod, yeah. Resources and stuff, yeah. Yeah, it's a guild versus guild like weekly activity. Once again, weekly at a specific date and time. So if you don't play at that time, you can't help. See, for all the shit we talk about New World, at least a lot of their stuff isn't time-based like that. I think it is, don't get me wrong, wars happen at a specific date and time, but Well, not even just that. If you're a guild that owns a territory, you are allowed to change your wartime within a certain reason, saying that people can only declare war on you between these hours. So they can't do it at an off hour where you don't have players. I do like that. I mean, that also does have a problem with people trying to declare war on you, because if you set your time slot in an era where you know they don't have players, it kind of makes you indirectly safer, because you're less likely to have a war declared on you against the strongest, guild if they don't have players on at a specific time. But that's better. And then their events are also indefinitely spawning. So once you clear one, it spawns somewhere else. So you don't have to log in and wait for an event or anything like that. You just literally log in and show up to one. No one's there, you can typically try to solo it. It looked good, and it had great promise. Yeah, because they did the beta, and then they're like, hey, we're going to open it up in 30 days. We'll release in 30 days. And after like 15 days, they said, hey, we're not going to be able to make our deadline. We'd like to push it another 30 days. And the fucking community went into an uproar about it. Because they'd already pushed it back a handful of times. And they were like, no, you're releasing it now. We don't care. You're releasing it, or you're refunding all our money, and none of us are going to play it, blah, blah, blah. And people were pissed about it. So they caved, and they're like, fuck it. We'll put it out when we said we're going to put it out then. That's fine. And they're like, oh my god, there's so many bugs, there's glitches. Why isn't this in the game? You guys said you were going to add this, blah, blah, blah. It's like, we told you 15 days ago when we said we couldn't make the deadline that we needed to push the date, and you told us we couldn't do that. We wouldn't allow us to do that. So this is what you get. And so they try to make everybody, like, the problem is they're trying to make everybody happy, and there's no way you can make everybody happy, because making everybody happy makes nobody happy. You have to just pick a side and just stick to it. Yeah. That's funny. That's crazy. I'm just curious in like where was the evidence that he was actually botting, other than just. That's what I'm saying. Like, where's the actual evidence? That's all circumstantial. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I'm surprised I didn't get banned. I would literally run my iron loop for 8 hours a day, non-stop. Oh, there's a lot. I caught a bunch. Like hardcore playing, yeah. Like, but that's my point. Is like if they just look at like your playtime and the amount of resources you've gathered, and they watch you run a loop over and over again, then that's not proof that you're botting. They need to mess with you. They need to like teleport you somewhere. They need to try and have a conversation with you. They need to like prevent you from actually being able to hit a node. Like maybe you have a node showing, you know, or hittable, but you're unable to hit it. Like they disable your activity to be able to hit it. Because a bot wouldn't be able to distinguish between being able to hit it and not being able to hit it. Like, for example, the reason I could tell if people were botting is I would run up to a node, I'd start hitting it before they did, and they would attempt to hit it 3 times and then move to the next rock. And that's indicative of a bot because they're trying to hit it and they can't, but then they move to the next one, and then if I'm on that one as well, they try to hit that one again. If it's a real player, if you see me on the rock, you're not going to run up to me to try and hit that rock. You're going to go to the next rock instantly. Uh-huh. So what I did with a lot of the bots is I would be running, not even farming. I'd just be running. I'd see a guy. I'd be like, let's go check him. So I'd run in front of him, and I'd go to the node that I know he's going to, and I'd wait for him to get close, and I'd start hitting it, and then he'd try and hit it 3 times, and then I'd roll to the next one. I'd grab that one, and he'd try and hit that one 3 times, and then he'd move to the next one. And after if he did it 5 times in a row like that, like if I caught him 5 different times trying to hit the nodes I was hitting, I just reported him. What? Tempting. That's. I mean, maybe he's a fucking baller. I mean, also if you're when your bingo card is like more filled out, like not the card, but when you're higher level bingo, it does get easier because you start off with like the compactors and everything and the discarders and whatnot. So I mean, he might be just a high level, but at the end of the day, if it didn't take him long, then that means anybody can get it done in like probably a couple days. It's not like the fucking cooked mutton one, bro. That one sucked. Bro, I was so pissed about the mutton because I did the treasure chest hunting for hours. And I finally got the cooked mutton fucking treasure drop, and it doesn't count. Even though you are acquiring a cooked mutton from that quest, and it goes into your inventory as a regular ass piece of cooked mutton or whatever, it doesn't count as you obtaining a piece of cooked mutton. I was pissed. That shit pissed me off. This shit took me a week to finish. Shit like that just irks me. Legendary fish. Legendary fish. Legendary fish. Oh, come on. Big fish. I don't want a chub. I already got one of those. I need a fish. Big fish. Always funny when I'm streaming. Like I look over at my follower count every once in a while, and like, you know, I start at like one number, and then during the stream it goes down a number, and I'm like, all right, cool, whatever. And then like a couple hours later, I look back and it's back up. It's like, who the hell just randomly unfollows and follows? Like, it doesn't tell me who unfollows, and it doesn't tell me who refollowed because they already followed before. It's just so weird. Yeah, like why? What's even funnier is like in a bigger stream that has like thousands, if not like hundreds of thousands or a million followers, they're not gonna notice a single person. But what's funny is like even when they refollow, they don't get the alert that you followed. Because it only shows the alert the first time you follow. So if you unfollow and 10 years later you decide to follow again, it's not gonna tell them. That's why it's just like, I never understand the idea of like, why do people unfollow randomly? It's just fine, like they don't want to like my content, sure. But why do they refollow later? Yeah, I can't think of a single situation unless our friends on there. Yeah, could be Twitch. I don't know. I just always thought it was weird. I'm just like, what would be the reason to like? I gotta understand. Like, let's say I'm playing a game that you don't like, and I've been playing it for a while, so you unfollow because you're like, all right, whatever. He's not gonna play the game I like anymore. Like, for example, the people that used to watch me playing Trove, I understand they unfollow because I haven't played Trove in 2 years, right? And I don't ever plan on playing it again unless I really have an itch for it. So I understand them unfollowing. And let's say I went back to a game that they did like and then they follow. Like, okay, understandable. But I've been playing, let's say I was playing Grim Dawn for that whole month I was playing Grim Dawn. You know, I gained a bunch of followers, but I lost a few as well. And then I randomly got something back without being notified. You know what I mean? Like, that's where I get like, okay, I haven't changed games. So why did you unfollow and then refollow? Just, that's the kind of stuff that just doesn't make sense. Oh, I don't care that much. I'm never going to be a big streamer, so I don't know. Yeah, I mean, well, that's the big thing. Like, if you ever talk to another streamer, and they're like, hey, you got any recommendations? Like, yeah, turn off your view count. Every single big streamer tells the same thing. Just turn off your view count and don't worry about it. Don't care how many people are watching. Just stream as you normally would stream, no matter how many people are watching you, and just, you do you. And however people are there. Like, don't pay attention to view count. Only reason I pay attention to view count is because I want to make sure that, like, I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing, right? Like, sometimes, like, I've accidentally I thought I was streaming, but I wasn't. It turned off. My view count went to 0, and I look over, my OBS is just broken. So I just leave it on, just for fucking. I don't really pay attention to it. I don't really care that much. But then, like, when I get, like, what are those things called? Raids or whatever, right? I like to know if, like, the people that came from the raid are still in the raid, you know, are still here. Typically, like, I idle around the same number every day, all day. So I know how many people are consistently lurking and hanging out. And then when a raid comes in and I'm like double what I normally would be, I'm like, oh, okay, well, the raid's still hanging out. Cool. Yeah, in the grand scheme of things, like, your view count really doesn't matter. What about Edge? Yeah, Edge doesn't raid me because he gets off way before I get on. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he doesn't stream at night all that often, though. That's why. He streams, like, middle of the day and, like, earlier in the night. So... Did he? I don't let people do that. I do not. I don't want people doing that shit in my shit. You're here to hang out and talk. You're not here to promote yourself. If you want to promote yourself, go to another channel. Like, fuck yes. Yeah, exactly. Feet pics, baby. Let's go. Oh. Yeah. Oh, it happens to me all the time. A lot of people come in and like just it'll happen in the same stream too. They'll be like, "Oh yeah, what's going on? Oh, I like the gameplay, blah blah." 10, 15 minutes into it, but we're just chatting about stuff, and then by the end of the conversation, like maybe 30 minutes later, maybe an hour, like, "All right, well, I'm gonna go stream." I'm like, "Okay, like, have a good day. Catch you later." And I'm like, nice, subtle self promo. Oh yeah, then I have those other people that like, "Oh yeah, I also stream." I'm like, "Oh, nice self promo." Like, the only time I ever bring it up in the stream is if the streamer brings it up first. Like if I go to Jet's stream, it's like, "Yo, how was your stream the other night?" I'm like, "Oh, it's pretty good." Like, or if like I'm over on Edge's stream. Yeah, but he brings it up. I'm not like, "Yo, man, I'm gonna go live here in 20 minutes if you want to come hang out." Like I don't know. People don't understand. Yeah, people don't understand the common courtesy. You don't go into another stream and even voice that you're also a streamer. You don't hint at it. You don't subtly drop it. You just talk like you're a regular person that doesn't stream, and if it gets brought up. It gets brought up. People just don't get that. I don't know. I always encourage people to stream if they play video games. And it's not to be like big time or make any money or anything. That was why I started streaming. Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those, like, I feel like streaming is one of those things. Once you stop doing it, it's like, not that it's hard to get back into it, it's just like, you need to have the willpower to, like, once you start it and you're doing it, it's pretty easy to continue doing it. It's just like, getting back in the swing of things can be a little hard. Oh, yeah, no, not happening. You don't have to, but it's highly recommended. Yeah, that shit would get thrown out the window real quick. Like, legit, like, obviously it's spending money, but, me personally, I would just buy, like, two $50 monitors, call it a fucking day. Like, I'm a cheapskate, don't get me wrong. You're not wrong. Not wrong. You totally could do a TV as well if you really had the like space or you wanted the extra room. It's just like I just know that I can get like a pretty cheap like a good 23-inch monitor for like 50 to 75 bucks, and I can get two of them and just put them side by side and just call it a day. Like me being a three monitor person, I could never go down to two. Like when I played on a single monitor, I mean, the ultra wides are cool because a lot of them have built-in programs to split it into 2 monitors. It causes problems, I know that, but hmm yeah. Yeah, I mean, back in the day when I had one monitor, it was fine because I just played video games, and I had Discord or TeamSpeak or whatever in the background. It didn't matter because I didn't need to like deal with anything. But then getting the second monitor was nice because then I had all my chat programs and whatever on the left screen. I was playing on the main screen, and it was great. And that's kind of what I have right now. Ooh, level 9 fishing. Let's go. Where like my main game is in the middle. I have my Discord. I have Twitch, whatever I'm watching on the left screen, and it's fine. But then I went to 3 monitors, and the third monitor is one of those kind of just not unnecessary, but I use it because when I stream, all my stream stuff goes over there. So if I wasn't streaming, that screen is usually empty. I don't have anything over there. The only time I put anything over there is if I'm playing a game like Eve or something like that where I have like spreadsheets and things that I'm like monitoring while I'm playing my game and watching stuff and whatnot. The only time that it's ever used. So the third screen isn't necessary, but I can never go back down to just 2. I mean, technically I'm up to 5 monitors, but we're not talking about that. That's what I'm saying. The laptop is okay. So I have my desk, right, and then behind my desk is this half wall, for like a window seal kind of thing, but it goes the entire length of my wall. So I don't know what you call those, but it's its own like ledge. So the laptop's sitting on that, which I can see over top of my monitor, and then I have a 27-inch monitor attached to that, which is above my main monitor. So basically, I have. Count the laptop as a screen, but if I did, that'd be my 5th one. But the 4 monitors, they make like a T shape, but upside down T. So the one's right above the middle one, and that one just has my streams on them side by side, so I can see them. I can see the chat on those, and I can see like the quality, and if there's a commercial. Yeah. I will say, the wife has a single desk like mine, because I bought 2 of the same ones for mine to make an L shape. And let's just say I bought her a triple arm. And that shit's nuts. It was hard as hell to put together, but that shit is fucking sturdy. It ain't going fucking nowhere. If that shit breaks, that's because the desk broke. And we're talking like a 1-inch thick ass fucking, because you know how like those desks have like the round hole cut out for you to run your cables through like the table. That's where the arm goes through. It goes through that and latches to your table that way. That shit's nuts. It's a triple arm. So the middle one is just a bar that the main monitor attaches to, and then it's got 2 arms, so you can have one on either side. Really good. But I do agree with you. Like if you have a janky ass desk or an older desk, not very safe. And if your desk isn't that big, well, what I mean by old is just like, I mean it's older, yeah, but I'm just saying like if it's not like a high quality, like kind of newer desk that you can, without a shadow of a doubt, say there's no problems with my desk, that it's not getting worn down, it's not getting fragile or whatever, right? Because slamming your desk, punching it, throwing stuff on it, getting it wet, whatever the fuck, like People, people do some weird shit to the desks. Okay, I'm just saying. Um, but like I said, if you just don't have the room for an extra monitor or whatever, and yes, in theory, you could get an arm and you could put it above it or to the side where it's hanging off the desk or whatever. It's possible. Maybe not the best solution in most situations. Shit, like not gonna lie, you could do something stupid and just like instead of getting a monitor, just get a fucking tablet, like a cheap ass tablet that connects to the Wi-Fi, and just have one of those like you know those like phone stand things, right? That just sits on the desk and just like props it up so you can see it. That's all you need to be able to read chat. It's the only reason you need the second screen. Right? Only true reason is to read chat. Yeah, it literally doesn't matter how you do it. You need the second monitor specifically to read chat, and like what I recommend specifically is to have your dashboard open that has the chat and the preview and all of your active feed. So the active feed tells you, you know, who follows, who subs, any sound alerts or notifications that pop up. It's all in the active feed, and then obviously you have your chat, and then when you're previewing the video at the same time, counts as a viewer. So that's the only reason you want the other monitor, is so you have your you know Twitch dashboard open. That's it. There's no other reason you need it. So that's what I'm saying. Like a tablet could work. You know, a laptop on another. Oh my god, that thing just jumped out of fucking. What the? Is this? What the fuck just happened? That fish went crazy. Like the second it started, it jumped to the top. I went to the top. It plummeted to the bottom. Like, and it just ended because I couldn't catch the fish. Like that thing was moving away. How do you? Is there a way to go down faster? Because I let go, and as it was falling, the thing was outrunning me. And then right when I got to the point where I could touch it again, it jumped straight to the top again. So I was like, okay, well now I have to change the momentum, and it failed. That's crazy. But yeah, like a laptop works, like anything. Anything that has a screen, it doesn't really matter. Fine. And in all reality, if we're being completely bluntly honest, if you're anybody that's going to stream, you might as well run a 2 PC setup. It's much simpler. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, we got a rainbow fish. Oh. Yeah. Well, I mean, the main reason why 2 PC setup is just so strong is because you have less resources for the gaming PC. So, you know, you can play all your games you normally would play without having to, like, juice up the resources harder. Like, new graphics card, new CPU, more RAM. So, like, you don't need all that juicy stuff because you're just playing the game. Secondly, yeah. Yeah, like that's like the key thing is the whole the random reboots or crashes and stuff, like because the games are gonna crash your computer more than OBS is going to do it on its own. So the stream will almost always stay up 99% of the time, as long as there's not a power outage or an internet outage. That you know you can, and if you need to some games need to be able need your computer to reboot to do something. You don't want to restart the stream just for that one reason. Oh, this fish is crazy. This is crazy. Yeah. I mean, like I was saying, like, oh yeah, it can be rough. Yeah, like I said, it's one of those things that, like, anytime I'm playing with people, I'm like, yeah, if you play games all the time, why not stream? Like, there's no point in not make friends. Literally the only reason why I started streaming, because playing games in the middle of the night, I was falling asleep. And I was like, I need to stay awake because I need to stay on my sleep schedule. I can't be sleeping in the middle of the night. So I was just like, I need to stream so I have people to talk to or something. Oh man, come on. Catch fishies. Got the new fish. The one that's like a crazy fish, I'm assuming it's like the Doro fish or some shit. I just caught one. No, it's like a Dorado or some shit. There's no A. Yeah. Yeah. I've caught one, and I think that was another one. That fish is so hard to catch. Why is it so difficult? Like, why does it jump all over the fucking place? I feel like it's like a damn legendary fish with how hard it is to catch. On the bridge, Charlie. Going to Candy Mountain. Yeah, Charlie, Candy Mountain. I haven't seen that at all. Oh. No. That's funny though. Do these fish not get used for anything? No, I mean the fish that I just caught. So I have a rainbow trout, I have the Dorado, and then another sunfish. I thought that would be useful. Oh man, I'm getting tired. Ugh. Possibly. Oh, you got some watering things in. Same difference. There's penises. Water things. That would be like I said, like an update, yeah, for sure. Like I could see that being like two different panels, right? So you have like a regular roof put on it, right? And then you have roof plus sprinkler like upgrade. Like, that would be kind of cool. That way you can like, water it without, having to like change up everything, do anything crazy. I'm gonna run through the water. Jesus. I think I went to the desert once in a playthrough. Oh, you logged off? Oh. I'm done. I'm just tired. Ugh. Probably gonna... Yeah, I think we're gonna go play some Poe. Alright guys, we're gonna switch over to PoE. I'm falling asleep. What do I have to say? What the... Yeah! The AI generated stuff is kind of crazy. Oh my god! Those are the ones where he's like on a hike, but he's like generated as a monkey or something. What the fuck? Yeah, there's one I see some like shorts or whatever. It's this guy. He's like talking to the camera, like anybody would do like as a selfie or whatever. And he's just a monkey. He like uses AI to like convert him into a monkey. It's pretty funny looking. What the fuck? No, I haven't seen that. That sounds funny though. I think people are kind of getting back into it because I think season 10 is coming out soon-ish. And season 10 is supposed to add a new zone and stuff. And I don't know if it's going to be a DLC that you pay for, or if it's going to be... Sounds about right. They changed the whole leveling process. Yeah. Not gonna lie, they changed a lot with the game. It's a really nice position it's in right now. The combat is still strong. Because you move. Every time you attack, you move. And since everything has such a large hitbox and everything moves, like the mobs and you, it constantly causes you to do this like random dance in a circle around each other, which causes the hitboxes to be thrown off. Means you miss, which means it just causes even more problems where you get body blocked by other hitboxes, and then it shoves you and pushes you across the damn map. So then you get thrown off shit if you don't dodge properly, or if there's too many mobs circling you, you're stuck in a corner and there's nothing you can do. There's just too many problems with the combat itself. that need to be adjusted. That they've done so much other adjustments in the game that are so nice, but it means nothing because the combat still fucking sucks. Ooh. 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 I wonder if that's worth it. I hate price checking things, so I usually just throw it in the guild stash and be like, Edge! Price check! Well, the problem is, like, I'm in a guild that a buddy of mine kind of put together, like, 10 years ago. And he owns it, and there's only 2 tabs. And yeah, I have to pay for the other tabs and stuff. And, like, I don't mind doing it, but I don't want him to randomly, like, get rid of the guild and waste the money. I mean, he plays on and off. He's my buddy that I used to duo games with all the time that took a hiatus from gaming for a long time, and now he came back, but he's not really back here. He's back, but he works a lot, and then when he does play, he kind of barely plays things, so it's hard to like, catch him when he's free to actually game and stuff. And the few times I do talk to him, it's just via like texting him on something. Discord, like we just DM each other. And I'm like trying to stream or something, or I'm trying to do something, and I've invited them to the stream a few times, but every time he's by, so I assume he just doesn't want. Oh, all I know is it's hazy outside the last couple days. Jeez. That shit sucks. I mean, we're further away because I think we're on the southern part of Minnesota. But yeah, it's still hazy out. Oh. I've been really addicted to build though. It's kind of nothing like crazy damage. No, so the thing is like I normally play this build, but I play it like standard where I just rely upon like RF doing damage and like throwing traps out to do a little extra damage. That's usually how I play it. And the damage usually caps out, like if I actually juiced it, the damage would cap out somewhere around 3 to 5 million. But I don't take advantage of like anything else in the build. This one, on the other hand, oh, and it's a little less funky, right? Because I'm just relying upon just my pure regen. Yeah, the thing around me does damage to me and any mobs inside of it. So I need to have kind of immune. I take 10% of the damage. So basically, it does 90% of my life per second while it's active, and I take 90%. I take 10% of that. So I take 9% of my total life per second, and then I just need regen more than 9% life regen, and it counters it. Now I'm at a net 0. So anything past 9% life regen is positive, which is where it gets a little dicey because if I have 12%, that means I only have 3% life regen, 3%, let's say it's like 500 HP. If I get hit hard enough, 5%, I mean 500 regen isn't enough. I just die on the next hit or two. With this, there's like 7 other layers of health regen, So I have regular health regen. I have the amulet that heals me for a percentage of my missing life before I take a hit. And then on top of that, I have another thing called Blood Notch that um, hits that stun me heal for 50% of whatever they hit me for. And every hit stuns me. And then on top of that, I have damage I take recouped as life. I have like 30% of that. And then I have 10% of stunning damage is recouped to me as life. So let's just call that 50 or 40% more health on top of the 50% from the blood notch. So it's like 90% of the damage I'm taking, I'm recouping either instantly or over the next 4 seconds. And then on top of all of that, I have a thing called Petrified Blood that I think it's 40% of any incoming damage or hits that I take is 40% of it is dealt to me over time. Um or is like sorry, is mitigated, and 80% of that mitigated damage is done to me over time. So like 10% of the damage is being completely tossed out into the void, and the other 30% is being done to me over 4 seconds, which once again, that's where the damage recouped as life comes in, which is over 4 seconds, so it counters that degen instantly. So there's all of that, and then I get like life on kill or some shit. There's like I said, there's just so much regen on this thing, and there's so much like just sustain. The only thing that I'm susceptible to is non-hit damage, so burning stuff, things that like do damage over time, which is AKA my spell that I'm using is damage over time, so it doesn't hit me, so I don't heal in any of those forms except for my regen, which is why I need so much regen on top of it. But this build is like 1,000 times tankier. It's just 1,000 times tankier. Well, that's just the game in a nutshell. Yes and no. I'll show you some. Price check. Pop up. So the way the few things that you do need for the build, um, would be the Divines of Destiny, which is this. Is one. It's not required, but it's one of the items that once you have it, you become infinitely tankier. So you basically stop dying. So that's one item. This item is required, but it basically costs nothing, and it's what forces you to get stunned by every hit. This ring is like an actual requirement. And then the two jewels. So the abominable force basically costs nothing. Because just it's literally a worthless jewel unless you combo with something else. So it itself is really. But basically, since you're taking every hit as a stun, you need to be able to have a high block stun recovery, so you're not just constantly not being able to move. And then to go with it, you need the Blood Notch, which is a little bit more expensive. This one and the Defiance of Destiny are a little expensive. Yeah, not super expensive, but a little. But basically, this is what allows you to heal off of anything that stuns you. So once you have those three items, the ring and the two jewels, it just works. Yeah. Yeah, you just heal a ton off of every stun. And every hit is a stun because of the ring. The ring turns your stun threshold. Yeah, but well, so the goal is to have it as low as possible. Because stuns are based off of the amount of damage you take in relation to the amount of HP you have. So if you take more than I think 10% of your life in one hit, you are stunned. Like you get a mini stun no matter what. So the lower your energy shield is, the more frequent you get stunned. Yeah, yeah. So you want to have as little energy shield as possible. That's why we use the ring instead of the stun threshold being based off of your life and you having a huge life pool. Means you don't get stunned all that much. So if a hit only hits you for 2 to 300, you don't get stunned, so you don't get healed. But if I base it off of energy shield and I get hit for 200, it's gonna stun me. There's no way around it. So that's why the ring plus the 2 jewels is a requirement. And then yeah, but once you have those 3 items, the rest of it is kind of just it amplifies the build, right? Like I said, the Defiance of Destiny kind of prevents you from dying ever again. The chest piece kind of makes physical damage less scary because it converts 40% of it to fire damage, which you have 90% reduction to. That helps. This shield is the starter shield, which I will swap out eventually with a shield that gives me reservation efficiency, so I can take up. I'll stop reserving so much life, basically. And then the rest of it's just kind of. Yeah, I picked up a good one. This one's actually a low end. It goes anywhere from 100 to 200. I only got a 147. The belt I was using, I swapped it out because I needed to put this on in preparation for the expensive belt. But I was using this belt that has 275 flat regen, which can go all the way up to 350. You can actually get it higher than that. There's things called catalysts that increase the quality of like gear and stuff, and there's life ones, so it'll increase all the life modifiers. So you can do the same thing with the shield, so it'll increase that life regen. You get a 200 one and you put 20% quality on it, it'd probably go like to 300 life or something. Why? Oh, because I haven't done that because I'm lazy. Kind of. It gives you a small amount of armor and energy shield, but now that the energy shield went up, now I have 363 energy shield. But I get more armor, so I mean that's not a big deal. But yes, like my helmet, if I quality this, it would give me armor. So basically, the only thing quality does is it increases the like on armors, it increases the base defenses. So on the chest piece, it gives me more energy shield. On these gloves, it would give me more armor. On these boots, it would give me more armor evasion. Yeah, yeah. So, like I said, on the shield, I'm gonna be replacing it anyway. But qualitying it when it has energy shield, probably not the best idea. Same thing with the chest piece. It starts with energy shield, so qualitying it's not the best option. But like this one over here, I have. You see how it says 50 energy shield? This one's 61, so I'd lose 11 energy shield, which is a good thing. Swapping to this one. So getting your energy shield down is a good thing. But there also are things now that your quality can be converted from, say, like so. If I did it on the weapon would give me, I think it's more like, uh, elemental damage or something like that. Or sorry. The weapon increases physical and elemental at the top. You see how it says physical damage 44 to 84 or whatever. The quality increases that. But there's a modifier you can add to it that says quality instead does blank. So 4% quality, you can change it to say for every 4 quality gain 1% area of effect or stuff like that. So you can actually modify what the quality does for weapons, which is kind of cool. Yo, Kaz, it's been a while. I hope you are well. We were actually thinking about you the other day. I was like, damn, I hope Kaz comes around again. I haven't seen you in a hot minute. We were talking about Lotro and getting back into it in a little while, but we're doing community night this weekend. So we were playing Stardew Valley yesterday, today, and we're gonna do it tomorrow, but I get tired. Alright, sounds good. I appreciate you. You be around tomorrow? I'll see you then. Yeah. But yeah, we're playing Stardew Valley, with the community. Currently it's just me and Topher, but you guys are welcome as well. But yeah, I was just wondering where you've been, how you been. Hopefully life's well. Just chatting and stuff. But yeah, we played it for a little while, and then I get a little tired, so we switch over at the end of the night. So I'm playing a little bit of PoE, pass off the time. Hopefully a break. Yeah, I mean it is what it is. Like I said, I don't want to pry. I don't want to ask too many questions or anything. I was just making sure, I just wanted to ask, make sure you were all good. I remember you had a lot going on, and then you had things you had to do one weekend. You're like, yeah, I'll be back after the weekend. And I was like, all right, sweet. And then I haven't seen you since. So I was like, shit. hopefully all went well, you know. And Dig hadn't seen you on Lotro login for a while, so like I said, I was just not so much that I was worried, but I was just kind of curious if you're good or not. Where are... There's like no colors. Well, this is a bad one. There we go. Yeah, I heard that it launched in early access. Now, I don't know, can I get into it and play it in early access? I know that like they don't have all their classes out or anything, and they don't have all the acts out, and it looked good. I don't really like playing early access because I don't like redoing a lot of content, but I'd be down to try it. It looks like Grim Dawn. But we've been playing a lot of Grim Dawn last month, basically. So that's been a lot of fun. And it looks a lot like Grim Dawn, so it'd be like something that we could definitely get into and try, but like I said, I'm not a huge fan of early access. That's why I don't play a lot of Path of Exiles 2, is because I like PoE a lot, but I don't want to jump into like, you know, something that's not even, doesn't even have all its characters, you know what I mean? Gotta give it a rim job, boys. Gotta give it a rim job. Get all these beautiful, beautiful yellow things. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I know that you had that stuff that you had to do that weekend. So like I said, I wasn't trying to pry. I wasn't trying to do anything crazy. I was just letting you do your thing. I was just hoping that I'd be able to see you, you know, somewhat soon. Yeah, I don't know much about it. I never played Titan Quest 1 or anything. Like I said, I just Cobra bought me Grim Dawn not that long ago, like, you know, last month when it was on sale. And I never played it since we had been playing a whole lot of PoE, right? And we've been like chatting about other games and stuff. Cobra decided to buy it for me, so I can experience it. And it's been fun. I've been really enjoying the Grim Dawn. There's a lot of the quality of life that I'm kind of like sad it's not there, but it is what it is. Yeah, cause I can't. I'm not wrong, but weren't you the one that said you were gonna play it with us because you downloaded like the extra storage and like the loot filter and everything, and you're like, yeah, I'm gonna download that stuff, get it all sorted, and we would play stuff. Like I haven't played with anybody yet, but I have been just grinding the game out a little bit and just having some fun. Yeah, we've been struggling a little bit in Grim Dawn because trying to figure out the quest, trying to figure out like we were trying to figure things out, and like the game doesn't explain like anything to you. So it was like it was a lot of learning that we had to figure out and stuff. So it was a little bit of a pain in the ass. Yeah, exactly. And then life happened. I get it. Like I said, don't gotta worry too much about it. I was just kind of curious. It's just funny because like I get off stream and then I go and do my workout, and then like I go in my workout, I'm like, oh, you know what? I haven't talked to Frost in a while, you know. And I remembered you changed your name or whatever, and I was like, man, I wonder how he's up, you know, doing it. Let me fucking tell you, I did a leg workout the other day. I thought I was gonna die. It was dreadful. So I did 3 sets of 10 for squats, right? This was like like 2 weeks ago. I had to take a break from legs because I couldn't walk for like a week. But I did I did 3 sets of squats, or a set of 3, 10 reps, 3 sets, whatever you want to call it. I can't remember right now. My brain's not burning. But we did that. We did like 30 squats total, and it was a little heavy, it was whatever. I was like, all right, cool. That felt good. I mean, the problem is I don't know if you've ever experienced it, but when you do squats with like a Smith bar, right, on like a cable machine Smith bar, it feels weird, and it kind of like hurts the lower back a little bit because it's not a natural movement, because you're locked in a straight up and down position going up and down. But when you do a squat, you go more of like an angle, right? Like when your hips go down, you go back a little bit, and you end up going forward. Smith bar doesn't let you go back and forward at all. It's locked in that one stationary up and down. So it does put a little strain on your lower back. So anyway, we were doing the squats, and like my lower back was hurting, so I wasn't doing like as heavy of a weight as I could do with the squats because I didn't want to like hurt my back. I went from doing the 30 squats to lunges with weighted lunges after, like 30 lunges, 10 on each leg, 3 sets. That was a little struggle bus right after the squats, and then the next, bro, for the week after that, I couldn't walk. I could barely get up and down my staircase. Like, it was rough. It was so rough. Yeah, I fucking hate leg day, man. Leg day's the worst. It's so, oh my god, it's so bad. But then the other day, I did a push day, right? So I did a bunch of bench press. So I did regular bench press, I did incline, I did decline, and then I did military press on top of that. Bro, let me fucking tell you, my shoulders, my neck, chest, everything was dead. I did triceps on top of that as well. And I did flies. I did butterflies with all that. Oh, I hurt my back that day because after I did the 3 things of bench, the military press, the butterflies, and the triceps, I was like, you know what? Let's do some push-ups. That was a bad idea. I went down to do the push-up, and I just fell on the floor. I was like, well, maybe I can't do a push-up after all of that. And I was like, all right, cool. So I went to get up. I couldn't get up. So I pushed myself up by, like, just my shoulders off the ground with my arms, left my hips and my knees on the ground. I was like, all right, now that my upper body's off the ground, let's pick up my ass, right? Like, so I was going to go to my knees. And as I did that, my lower back just tweaked. Oh, it hurt so bad. So I had to take another couple days off from that. And then those 3 days of being off, my back feels better. My shoulders are finally feeling better from that military press. That military press kicked my ass, bro. And I've done military press many times, but I did so I started tracking in a little notebook, like the weights I'm doing, instead of like just guesstimating, because I have an idea of how much weight I can do on all my exercises, but I never really track it to be like, all right, how many reps did I do with that weight? Can I go to a higher weight and push it a little bit further, right? Like just trying to keep myself progressing forward instead of just guesstimating all the time. So I started tracking it, and I was like, all right, last time I did this, and I did 3 sets of 10, so let's up the weight and just do a few less in the reps. And I did that, and bro, I felt a massive difference. It hurts so much more. Oh, did it hurt? Alright, so this is all attributes, accuracy. Okay. So I don't even know which one's good here. If any of them are good. Because all attributes kind of sucks. Accuracy can be ignored, but small amount of energy shield versus mana. Wait, I don't think any of this is any good. I don't know. I don't think that's worth anything. But yeah, that was for my days. But... Oh, you push pull legs? Is that what you're doing? That's what I've been. Yeah, that's what I've been doing. I modify. I'm just doing 3 on 1 off though, instead of 6 on 1 off. I was gonna do 6 on 1 off, but you know I wanted to work the wife into it easier. I wanted to give her more rest days. But she hasn't been really working out all that much. She did it for like 2 weeks, and then she got sick, and then I got to get her back into it. But the problem is like once you take a break, it's hard to get back into things unless you have the motivation. And she's not a very motivated worker outer, so try and finagle her back into it. But yeah, I definitely get you on that. Like, that's how I wanted to do mine. I wanted to do like a push, pull, and a leg day, like in combo. But I didn't want to like 6 on 1 off is great, but I wanted to give myself more rest days. At least until I got like a little bit more avidly into it. Yeah, it's a good thing you're seeing results though. That's the thing, is like you don't see any progress. Like you don't see the weight increasing, you don't see like body changes or anything like that. It can be a little disheartening when you're doing workouts and not seeing much of a change, if any. Dun. Yeah, I've heard a few people talk pretty highly about the roller, and I don't even know how that thing works. If I'm being honest, like, I don't have an actual roller myself, but I do have, like, you know, rolled up yoga mats and stuff like that, which obviously is not really the same thing per se, but I've tried to roll out on some other things before. Like when I was at a gym, they had rollers, and I tried it, and I didn't understand it. I guess I had to watch a video on how to even actually use one. But people like swear up and down by them that they're so good. Like they stretch out the back and everything. Yeah, that's what people keep telling me. Like I said, I've never really figured it out, I guess. But yeah, it could be something I can look into, because that's my main thing, is like, I'm down to work out. Problem I'm running into more than anything though isn't so much that like I can't do the workouts or whatever. It's just I'm so sore for so long after my workouts, which has to do with small amounts of hydration problems. I drink a good amount of water, but I could drink more. And yeah, it's the stretching. I am a very unflexible person. I have never been very flexible my entire life. I can't touch my toes. Let's put it that way. I've never been able to touch my toes. Even in like fucking middle school, I've never been flexible enough to stretch all the way down to touch my toes without being in pain. Right? I've just never been a flexible person. And it's not that I'm fat. I promise you that. Like, I can say it all day long, but you guys won't believe me. But I promise you, I'm not fat in any way, shape, or form. Like, I've just never been flexible. And stretching has always been a difficult thing for me. Just because I sit there and I try to like stretch, like I try to lay down, right? I sit down and stretch my leg, right? Like, let me see if I can pull up a picture real quick. Right. First off, there ain't no goddamn way I'm gonna be able to do that. Ain't no fucking way. Bro, my knee would pop out of place. I can't get that low to the ground anymore doing that. But let's say this picture, for example. I was trying to find one. Like an image. Like this right here. Like, that's me like leaning forward. I might be able to do this, but when I put my hand out, I can only grab my ankle. That's about as far down as I can go. So if I'm sitting on the floor, like, let's just say I'm like, I see someone sitting on a floor, please. These are like old man stretches. It's like old man stretches. What the fuck? I might have to start doing like this. So you sit like this, I can't touch my toe. Like, first off, I have a weird like gait where my foot goes to the side a little bit. Kind of walk like a penguin, right? This is what I look like when I do a stretch, right? Ain't no way I'm getting any lower than that. And it hurts. It hurts to do this. I can do this. I can put my leg behind me and I can stretch it that way. You know, I can pull my knee up to my chest and stuff. But when it comes to like stretching down my leg, ain't no fucking way. Like, I can do the crotch split thing too, where you like, I don't see one. Not that. And that's not happening. That's not happening either. Nope, none of that's happening. It's like where your feet are together and you're like, put your legs, you know, or your arms between your legs and you push them apart. You know what I'm talking about? I can do that one, which stretches the inner part, right? This one. Okay, let me pull this up. I can do this one, right? This one works pretty good for me. I can do these. I can do these. I can do these. Can't do like, I don't even know what the fuck. That looks like he's having sex with the floor. Or this. Or I can do that. So it's like I can do like this stuff right here and this, but I can't do any of this. I mean, maybe I don't know what the fuck that is, but I can't do that. I can't do that. I don't want to. I don't even want to know what's going on in those videos. But the more you stretch, the better you get at it, right? The more flexible you get. It's just I've never gotten flexible, right? And yes, I do stretch. Like, I need a small little. I don't even know what to do to warm up before I stretch. Or do you just go right into stretching? Because like stretching cold muscles, I don't think is like the best option either. But yeah, stretching, I need to start stretching more. I need to hydrate a small amount more. Like I said, I drink 3 to 4 Yetis a day. And they're only 30 ounces. So, you know, I drink anywhere from 90 to 120 ounces of water. And then I'm usually drinking it while I'm working out as well. So I get thirsty while I'm working out and getting hot, you know. But yeah, stretching would definitely help. I definitely don't stretch after. Well, not right after. I will stretch the next day. You know, when I'm sore, I stretch. So I try to stretch the soreness out. So like if I work out on Monday, on Tuesday, I'll get up and I'll, you know, usually when I get in bed, I stretch my lower back. You know, I just throw my leg over my pillow and I like twist, you know, and try to stretch my lower back. Sometimes it pops, sometimes it doesn't, you know, it's whatever. But, yeah, I try to stretch my arms. I try and stretch my lower back. You know, I try and stretch my shoulders, the biceps, triceps best I can, my forearms and stuff. It's just, I'm not very good at it. And it's something I should definitely work on more, for sure. But also, like, I don't think I get enough protein either. So, like, that's another problem I'm having. Like, I eat an okay amount of protein, but not nearly enough, right? Because, like, what is it? It's like 2 grams per body weight or whatever, there's no way I'm eating that much protein. Not even fucking close. Like, I'll be lucky to maybe do 0.5 grams. Head touches the floor, and your wife must like that. Yeah, my main thing that I'm worried about, Kaz, when it comes to like a lot of the stretches is I want to be gentle on my knees, because my knees do like hurt and ache pretty often. Especially if I like hyperextend, like the back of my knee will hurt. Or if I like put a lot of like strain on it, right? Or if I go to the side a little bit, like the joint will hurt a little bit. So I try to be gentle on my knees. You know, all those years of jumping in and out of like 7-ton vehicles and Humvees and humping packs and, you know, hikes and stuff like that. It's just bad on the knees, you know. Yeah, you're not wrong. I know, bro, I've heard a lot of my muscle-bound friends trying yoga out and saying that shit fucking kicked their ass. It's like a completely different way to work out. Isn't it a lot of like holding positions and like, instead of like doing reps of things, you're like holding, you know what I mean? So it's like using a lot of your body weight. Sometimes you can use a little weight or whatever, but like a lot of like just holding like a certain like downward position or whatever, using your body weight and stuff. That's what that's how I would think of it. I've never done it, so that's just what I assume yoga would be is that. Yeah, I saw in some of those little pictures that they were using straps, so I'll take a look at that. Yeah, like I can hold a plank for a hot minute. It's not planks that fuck me. It's usually the leg one. Right? So like crouching down, right? You know what I mean? Like on one leg while stretching the other one out or whatever. Like that one stretch I was showing you. So like this, without using your arms, doing something like that, I'd fucking fall over. That shit would kill me in about 2 seconds flat. Or like, honestly, just doing like a wall sit fucking burns the shit out of my legs. Wall sits fucking suck. But I know there's like hundreds of other ones, right? Other poses and positions that work so many different muscle groups.
Would you like a cup of water?
Yo, mate, thanks for the hydrate. Appreciate it.
Right now.
You get these reflections pretty often. Synergies minus fire as crit. This is life. This looks really bad. Yeah, none of these look good. That's a huge fire as so. Shockingly enough, all these maps we've run, I haven't run into a single seer. Actually, I ran into one yesterday. Oh man. But anyway, with all that life going on and stuff, have you got any gaming in lately? Been able to do anything of note? Want to see? Let's go to 30. Let's see this ramp. Oh yeah, so just like a braided. Yeah. You can like put your toe into like different hold, and then you have different positions to hold it at. Yeah. Yeah, I heard mixed things about the season 4 or the new D4 season. Yeah, you should definitely try out Torch Hype Quest or whatever. It looked good. I was watching Mods play it before stream. It looked really good. The first thing I saw thought when I saw it was, damn, this looks like Grim Dawn. It's literally the first thing that popped into my head. And it makes sense that people, when they were getting me into Grim Dawn, they were telling me that it's like they redid Titan Quest basically. They were saying that Grim Dawn is basically like a knockoff or a recreation of Titan Quest. And it makes sense now. Like, I've never played Titan Quest before, but seeing Titan Quest 2, it looks so much like Grim Dawn. It's just like that mod's opened the map, and I was like, yeah, that reminds me of a lot like what Grim Dawn's map looks like. Like, not like layout wise, but just the way it's like structured. Oh, was it? Okay, that makes sense then. I can't move. This guy is fucking stunning me so much. Literally can't move. That was crazy. I even have a stunned block recovery, and I'm still stunned so much with how much he's hitting me. I couldn't move. That was crazy. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, it's just like, my problem is I know I need to like warm up before I do my stretches. It's just I don't know. I'd have to look it up, but like warm up exercises kind of thing. And I just hate to do like a warm up exercise just to stretch, to then finally get into my workout, to then have to spend even more time doing stretches afterwards. Like, my workout already takes me like 45 minutes to do it. You know? Like, I could speed it up for sure, but I like to take my time. Right? Especially since I'm by myself most of the time. And if I add in like 30 minutes of stretching before and after, I'm looking at like almost 2 hours of a workout. I don't really have 2 hours. Like, I got about an hour to an hour and a half most days before like wife is up, dogs are up, you know, things got to get done around the house and stuff. And like at the end of the day, it boils down to, yeah, don't complain about it if I'm not going to fix it. If I know what I need to do and I refuse to do it, then that just falls on me, right? I shouldn't be sitting here complaining and whatever if I know what I need to do when I refuse to do it, kind of thing. Yeah, and like that's a long workout, man. That's like what, 2 hours of workout? I mean, I don't have a problem with that. If you have the time for it, you have the time for it. Like I would have to consolidate that a little bit, but like you said, I definitely need to add in stretches. Because that's the thing, is like I need hydration, I need protein, and I need stretching in order to like get rid of some of this soreness. Because that's the hardest part for me right now, is dealing with the what in the fuck? Can't see shit. There's so much going on right now. One reason I hate this map is because the way the map layout is, you have to backtrack. Like if you want to kill all the mobs, you gotta backtrack. That kind of blows, because now I gotta go all the way back. Like I should have killed the boss, and then just backtrack to here. Fucked up. That's like what we give our dog, I think. Hold on. Oh, I got you. I got you. I was just reading your message on Discord. Yeah, freaking, we give our dog like hip joint pills and stuff. Kind of funny. Maybe or something. Just remind, like when you said that in the college into the shake, it just made me laugh. It's like, what am I, a dog now? Because both of our dogs have torn their ACLs, so we give them hip and joint stuff. That just made me laugh. I was like, oh wow. Let's go take a dog pill. But yeah, you're not wrong about the. I can always stretch later. You know, I don't have to like do it all at one sitting. I can just, go out there, warm up a little bit, do a little bit of stretching, so I'm not like so tense. Get the workout in. Come in, eat some food, relax a little bit, and then do some stretching. Like after maybe I take a shower and then I like to stretch in the shower personally. Like I'm one of those people that like to sit in the shower, so I have like a stool. I pull up the stool, I sit under the shower, like under the rainfall, like the rain shower head. I just let that shit run on top of me, and I just fucking close my eyes and relax. I just chill. Like my woo-saw time, you know what I mean? Like I love just sitting in the shower, just chilling out. So like normally what'll end up happening is like I relax a little bit, I chill out a little bit, and then I start stretching like my upper body. Yeah, bro, legit. I had one before. We had to throw it away because it was bad quality, but I got a new one. See if I can find it really quick. All right, so it's not this one specifically, but it looks just like it. So I said it's not this one. Mine's not wood. Mine's plastic. I was trying to see if I could find mine. 'Cause a lot of them have like a problem with mold, right? But the one I got specifically says mold resistant because it's plastic. The way it's set up. I don't remember exactly what it was called, but the shape is basically the same here. So it's like it's got like a little bit of concave to it with the handles on the other side, and it literally just I sit it in the back of the shower, you know. So like you can still stand there and take a shower, and it's not in the way or anything. And the wife can use it by putting her foot up there and like shaving her legs or whatever, or she can sit on it and shave her legs that way. It's such a nice thing to have, bro. Like I don't even have a fancy shower. I have one of those dog shit ones that like builders put into the houses. Um, like I just have a simple as shower. Like this isn't mine, right? But I'm just giving you an example, right? This is like mine, right? I have a drain in the center. I have the little rainfall. Mine doesn't come out so far. Mine's like at an angle and it points forward. And then I have like in the corners it has like it's got built-in little shelvy shelves or whatever. That's what mine looks like. And like I said, the stool sits right here. It's literally like 1 foot. I have sliding doors on mine. So there's a door that slides from this side to that side and vice versa. So you can open it any way you want. And I slide it open. I can walk right between the door and the seat. And I can just walk into the shower. And the wife comes in on this side. I don't know why. It's weird, but she does. Like I said, it just sits over here. It's just out of the way. And it's just a standard size shower. That's what I'm saying. The stool is just so nice because there's plenty of room to take a shower still. Oh, hold up. The dog needs to go out. Give me a second. All right, I'm gonna let the dog go pee for a few minutes and I'll go grab her. Oh. Yeah, so I put my own shower head in, but basically it's just like I said, um, like mine, for example, like I said, it doesn't matter how many you look at it, but like look at this one, right? Yeah, that one comes out of the wall. That's how mine comes out. And I just changed the head to like a bigger head, right? That's all I did. And then like basically it's the same. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a very simple shower, very basic. A dog's barking, pissing me off already. Give me a second. Man, fucking 3:30 in the morning, my dog's out there barking like a crazy dog. Granted, I don't mind because there was a creeper outside our house today, pissing me off. Anyway, yeah, like I said, basic ass shower. Like I said, they're literally one of the cheapest, most basic pre-made plastic showers they put into our shower. Right, that's what all our showers are in this neighborhood, because that's how the builders save money. Right, so it's a cheap ass shower, but it's a standard shower size. Right, and since it's so small as a standard shower, it's not fancy in any way. I was like, I'm shocked that the thing fits in there. With there's plenty of room to still shower, right? And like I said, I changed the shower head myself because I wanted a bigger head. They gave me this like 3-inch shower head with like a couple like little sprays on it. I'm like, bro, that thing, hell no. So I bought me a 6-inch. Oh, 6-inch round shower head. Woo, that's nice, man. That's nice. I like it. But yeah, like I said, that stool was a game changer because after a workout, you're sore, right? So you go in there, you pull the stool a little bit further forward, right? So it's under the water, and you sit down, you lean forward a little bit, put your elbows on your knees, and just like lounge there. Let the water just run on the back of your head, on your neck, on your back. Just like, and then what's nice is when you do it that way, you know how normally like I don't know if you guys sit in the shower. I'm a big shower sitter, right? Always have been. You sit, parts of your body don't get hit with water, so they get cold, right? So it's either your legs, your feet, your arms, your back. Something isn't in the water because only so much of you could fit inside the water at one time. But if you sit on the stool, your body is above itself, right? So all the water runs off of your back onto your legs, onto your feet, and your arms are there. Your whole body just can get wet, and you don't really get cold. So it's nice. And you get to just close your eyes and relax for a little bit. Just chill out. Let your body like relax. And then, like I said, then you throw in a little bit of stretches. You lean one way, stretch the lower back, lean the other way, stretch the lower back. Maybe you lean forward, you lean backwards, you stretch the arms and the shoulders a little bit above you, behind you. And then you stand up, you lean forward, you grab your ankles, try to like stretch out your butt, whatever. Then use the stool, you put your one leg on the stool, and you stretch out that, the hamstring a little bit. And then you can lean forward and you can stretch out the calf. Oh, so nice, man. And like I said, it's nice for the wife too. Because even though the wife doesn't like sit in the shower or anything, she can use it for shaving her legs and stuff. So she can sit on it to shave her legs if she wants to sit and shave, or she can stand up, put her foot on it, shave that way. Very nice for that. Just in general, it's just overall best quality of life thing I've ever added to my shower. Great. I remember when I was a kid, bro. Like I said, I've always been a big shower sitter. Like even when I was a kid, I was that kid in high school or even middle school. I'd wake up before school and I'd take a shower. So I'd go get in the shower, alarm would go off. I think school started at 7. I'd wake up at 6. Alarm would get off, and I would roll out of bed and I'd basically crawl my ass to the bathroom, turn the shower on, and I'd like crawl into the shower, and I'd just lay on the bathroom floor. Just literally just. I'm not kidding. I'd roll onto my side like I was laying in bed still and just lay in the shower. And since I had to have my head down by the drain, right? Because it was an old ass pub style, right? I'd have my head down by the drain, and I'd have my arm probably my head up, and I'd leave room for the water to like run past me and into the drain, so the pub didn't fill with water or whatever. And I would just close my eyes and I would sleep. And then as the water would start to get cold, it would wake me up, and then I'd turn it hotter. And then I'd go, close my eyes a little bit. And then this would go on for about 30 minutes, because the hot water only lasted for so long. But every time it got colder, I would turn it hotter. And it was kind of like hitting the snooze button on your alarm. Right? So I'd get out of bed and I'd go and take a shower, but the shower was more of sleeping in my bed with a fucking snooze clock going on. And then I'd be like, alright, it's time to get up. Finally, after like the third or fourth time to wake me up, I'd sit up, I'd wash my hair real quick, and then I'd use the soap and the shampoo, wash my body, and be like, alright, no hot water left, cold water, just time to go to school. That was my daily routine going to school. So by the time I got done, I was awake. Between the extra few minutes of sleep I got, and then the snooze alarms, and then the water being cold by the time I was done, I was just fully awake and ready to go for the day. Granted, I didn't sleep well when I was in high school. I played video games till 3 a.m. every night. I was terrible. All I did was play video games every night, all night, and when I finally would go to school, I'd sleep half the time. Oh, none of that looks good. I mean, it's a belt, but it didn't roll anything. This is triple damage, but it doesn't look like it's any high tiers. That's 30 movement speed with cold and rarity. We can actually try those boots. We could probably put something like that on a follower. Rarity boots, bro? I might be able to give that to because we're working on a rarity merc for him. He has a pair of gloves that any kills count as him killing them, right? So anything that gets killed around his mercenary counts as his mercenary killing it, and we're trying to stack item rarity and quantity on his mercenary, so that way we can basically have a magic find character following us around and have a ton of item quantity and rarity for everything that we kill. That's what we're trying to make. Just got to get the gear first. But yeah, we just put in a storm door, I think on Thursday. I'm pissed about it. So the storm door we wanted wasn't in stores, so we had to pre-order it, And they're like, oh, well, if you don't want it, if we order this, then if you don't take it, we're gonna have to charge you a restocking fee or some shit. It's like, not my fault you don't carry it in stores. Fuck you guys. It's not a custom order. I want a specific color you don't carry in the store for some apparent reason. But anyway, so they said it'll take about a month for it to get here. So it got there, and they never told us it was there. What just happened to be checking every couple days or whatever, as it got closer to the time it was supposed to be here. And just one of the times she checked, the status changed, and they never called and told us it was there. So we went and picked it up, we installed it, and it was fine. It didn't take us all that long to install it, but I'm pissed because the door we bought, I don't know how to explain it, but basically, storm doors, you either you have a removable window, right, that you just take the whole window off and you place it off to the side, and then boom, you have like a screen there, so you can get some fresh air or whatever. Then you have the sliding ones where the window slides up and down. And there's the screen is just there all the time, right? Yo, what up, Bizarre? It's going pretty well. How you doing? Appreciate you for being here. Hope you're doing well. Anyway, so the one we have has a retractable screen. So when you put the window up to make it a full window, the screen rolls into itself at the top. It has its own like little rolling system up there. So the screen rolls up and it hides. So there's no screen when the window is closed. But when you pull the window down, the screen comes down with it, and the screen replaces where the window was, and it's really cool. Well, the very first thing we did, we installed the door, and the first thing I did is I pulled the window down to test it. The seal for the thing came undone, and the screen looked wonky. I was like, oh fuck! So I fixed that, and then as I went to close it, it started to bunch up and twist. So I stopped, and I went to pull it back down to, fix it, and it just shredded the entire screen, and now the screen's in 2 pieces. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me right now? God damn it. So like that's what happened with that. And so the wife had to call. It says, oh, if there's any problems, blah, 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 call this number. So we call the number, and they're like, oh, we'll send you out a replacement screen. Wait, who's going to install it? That was my question. I literally said, who's going to install it? It's like, oh, it's self-install. Like, you're fucking kidding me? So your shit breaks, and they were told to call you if there's any problems, and instead of you sending someone out to fix it, you just send us a replacement part with an instruction manual on how to reinstall it? That's the bullshit. This came to us like this, and you're gonna make us fix it? Bro, go fuck yourself. Yo, what up, Skills? Forcing yourself to stay up? Don't stay up if you're tired, man. I mean, unless you're having a good time. If you're playing video games and you're like chilling, you're having a good time, yeah, stay up, have a good time. While you can. But if you're tired, man, sleep is sleep, man. I'm never gonna tell someone to not sleep. Sleep is my pride and joy. I love me some sleep. Were you on vacation or something, Bizarre? Oh, I got you. Yeah, I'm in that same boat. I work 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. And when I'm not working, I'm trying to stay on sleep schedule, I know how that is. So, like, when I have, like, a week off or something, like, when I take time off and everything, I'm like, I'll fuck up my sleep schedule in the beginning, stay up during the day and do some, like, house stuff and run some errands and, things like that. But, like, if it's Friday, Saturday, or, something like that, and I have to be to work on Monday, I'm like, alright, it's time to get my sleep schedule, correct. Why won't this... Does anybody see that this won't click? What the... I won't... I'm surprised I didn't die there. I cannot click this. So frustrating. Why can't I click that? $5 weeks off? Yo, that's fire. I could actually do that if I really wanted to. But the way my job works, Bizarre, it's kind of funny because we work 3.5 days a week, right? So I can't click that either. So 1 week I work 5 days, and 1 week I work 2 days, right? So typically, when I take time off, I only take the 2 day off. So I'll take So it's basically it's Wednesday and Thursday. If I take a Wednesday and a Thursday off, I have 7 days off. Now I don't do this because I don't want to fuck over my boss, but in theory, I have enough like hours in a year because they give you like they give a bunch of hours that you can use throughout the year for like your time off. They don't give you days, they give you hours. We work 12-hour shifts, but when I take time off, I only take 8 hours. That's how our department works. So, and that's because like everybody else only takes 8 hours and they don't give us extra time since we're the only department that works 12 hours. So we clock it as an 8 hours of, you know, personal time or whatever. Anyway, but since I only have to take 16 hours and I get a full week off, right? I think I have 160 hours to use by the end of the year. Or I can sell it back, right? They allow us to sell our time back at work. And they do that because most people would rather sell their time back than to use it. And they'd rather people be at work than taking time off and people just not being at work to do their jobs, right? Because if they, the thing is, if they didn't allow us to charge, like to sell our time back, we would have people taking a lot of time off, which means we would need more people in our departments to cover for these people taking time off all year long. So rather than do that, they just let us, you know, sell it to them, and it simplifies the whole process. Anyway, so if you think about that, if every other week I took 2 days off, we had a whole week off. That means that I could do that every 2 weeks. So every month I could do that twice. And I basically would be able to do 5 months of the year. I would work. I would have 2 weeks off for 5 months of the whole year. Alright, like it's crazy. Like I basically would hardly be working. Yeah, so they let you sell the little scraps because they don't want you to take like a 3-hour day, right, or 5-hour day. That's just like a weird thing with the whole work thing. It's like, okay, well I'm gonna be here for 2 hours and then I'm taking the rest of the day. You know what I mean? Like they're not gonna make you do that shit usually. So they'll let you sell like the scraps, a lot of places, but most companies they don't let you sell back because they don't want they would rather you take the time off. Than to pay you more. But I think the way my company looks at it is they would rather have less people to pay on a daily, monthly basis, right? To cover for the time when people are taking time off. They would rather just pay you for the time you don't take. You know what I mean? They still give you time that way, like if you need to take time off for whatever reason, you have the ability to. And if you want to take your time off and you know your coworkers, you know, make up the slack, it is what it is. They don't mind, but like they reward us for not taking time off by letting us sell it, and it's cheaper for them to have us sell our time than it is to hire somebody. It's just think about it. You hire somebody, you have to pay them 40, 50, 60, $80,000 a year versus I sell back 100 hours every year. Or 160 hours, right? So I'm selling back, like, it's not even that much, right? Like, let's say you made $20,000, or not 20,000. Let's say you make $20 an hour, hypothetically speaking, right? And you sell 160 hours, right? Like that's $3,000. Like that's a no fucking brainer from a business standpoint. I would rather pay someone an extra $3,000 to work basically all day, all year long and not take time off and pay them this bonus at the end of the year than to hire somebody for $80,000 to work alongside them that they both have to take time off throughout the year and they're alternating taking time off. You know what I'm saying? Like from a business standpoint, it makes much more sense economically speaking to let people sell their time, bro. It's so much easier. So we got pass, we got grip, got another pass. We have berserk. We got pass. We got 3 passes. Pass, pass, pass. Grip. I think do we have a berserk? We do not. We have passes and that, but you can almost make a taming. But that's one of the things that I really love about my company is we're a very small company and they keep it small, but they keep the costs down as much as they can by, you know, obviously keeping our staff minimized as much as possible is one way. Also, Thor, welcome in. I appreciate you. You get laid up for a week every month. Wait, what? That's crazy, Bizarre. What the fuck? I don't want to pry, but what kind of job do you have where they lay you off? And you say, all right, we ain't got any work for you for the rest of the month, so go home and have fun. Also, while you're at it, make sure you use your personal time before the end of the year. You're gonna lose it. It's like, what the fuck? That's crazy. That's crazy. It reminds me when I did landscape irrigation, man. If it was like too cold one month, we would just like, all right, we ain't working this week. You know, we gotta wait for it to warm up a little bit. Or if it was like raining all week, be like, all right, we're gonna be doing like different work, or you know, you guys don't have to come in this week because you don't have enough work with it raining for everybody to work. Like that's the kind of shit we would run into every once in a while. Oh, that's just wild. You work for John Deere? Yo, low key, like, the highway as we're pulling off the highway to come towards the exit for our house. There's a massive John Deere like selling place. Like they have like hundreds of John Deere tractors and like big ass tractors, little ass tractors, all sorts of things. They got a huge ass like open lot of just fucking tractors. It's crazy. They're fucking everywhere. But I mean, I could see that though. Like John Deere is such a big company. Like that's something I could understand. And like, yeah, just take time off, guys. We don't care. We have plenty of people to take over. Plenty of, you know, that's the thing is like, economically speaking, if I was running a business, I would rather have less employees that were there pretty much all the time. So, you know, you don't have that problem where, oh, this person's off, so we can't do something because he's the only one that knows how to do it. We don't have that problem because they don't take that much time off because we pay them enough money and we pay them extra, like you said, selling their time back. I'd rather do that than have more employees because, like I showed you a minute ago, like I'd rather spend $5,000 bonus at the end of the year and have 100 employees than have to have 150 employees and not pay that bonus at the end of the year. Because the salary and or the wages per hour far exceeds the amount of bonus you'd be paying them at the end of the year for not taking their time off. And obviously they can take some time off, right? They're not going to take all the time off, but they'll take some here and there. And then, you know, you don't have to pay them the full bonus. So it is what it is. I don't know. I just think logically speaking and economically speaking, if I'm running the business, I'm trying to do whatever I can to maximize my profits by not fucking over people, right? So minimizing my amount of staff, minimizing my amount of like operating costs, right? So these companies, let's take like Best Buy, for example, like having a brick and mortar business is such a waste of resources and money because people have to drive to the store to then look at everything, and then you have to pay for the place, like the lease, the electric, the water, all the utilities that go into it, the mortgage for it and everything. You have to pay the cleaning staff, you have to pay the people to run the store, the managers, and all these other people. You got so many operating costs for one brick and mortar building just so people have a place to come to invest, like to inspect your stuff, right? It's just kind of crazy. And then most of the time they order stuff online anyway that gets delivered to the store or it gets returned to the store because they didn't like it or didn't want it or whatever the fuck. So I don't know, man. It's just one of those things that if I was running a business, I wouldn't want a brick and mortar building, right? Because I just feel like it's a waste of money. Like, having a show floor is fine. Like, if you have a product that people like to physically see, touch, and like put their hands on to understand like the size, the dimensions, the quality, you know, whatever, that's fine. Having a show floor that doesn't have to be open all that much, doesn't have a lot of people, doesn't have very much inventory at all. You have like one person that's working at a time just to be there so it doesn't get robbed, basically. You're not selling things. You're not, I mean, maybe you take returns, but that's about the extent of what the show floor would do, other than like letting people like see the product. You have such a small footprint on that type of a building versus having a like a company like Best Buy that has such a large building and such a big presence when it comes to how much staff it needs and electric and utilities and, like I said, mortgage, rent, whatever you want to fucking call it. You would save so much money just having a simple show floor and not a lot of them. You'd spread them out because people aren't going to be coming to them every day. They're going to come to them every once in a while, spur of the moment, you know, and they'll drive a little long, like further out of the way to go and look at this because they're not going to it all the time. They're like looking for something specific and they want to see if that's what they want. And they're going to drive 20, 30 minutes out of their way, you know, in any direction, like 10, 15 miles, maybe 20 miles. And you put like, you spread your things out and you pay so much less in operating costs and in bills and people's salaries and more, you know, and shit, that you save so much money. And like, instead of like lowering the quality of your product or tucking over your employees in some way, shape, or form, or raising your prices or whatever, you save money there and you don't have to fuck people over. Right? It's kind of like the same philosophy where I stream with you guys, right? I don't want to sit here and stream to you guys and be like, hey guys, sub to me. Can you donate money to me? Can you support me? Can you do this? Can you do that? Like, the problem is, like, I don't mind if you guys want to do that stuff. I just feel bad because I don't offer you guys anything that warrants you to pay me, right? Yeah, you might get entertained by watching me. I might pass some time. I might cure some boredom for you. Or, shit, with my monotone as ugly as voice, maybe I put you to sleep. Maybe it's a way to cure insomnia for you. Who fucking knows? But at the end of the day, like, I don't really ask for it. I don't really want it or care. If you want to avoid the ads, sure, go right ahead. But, you know, it is what it is. I'd rather Twitch pay me for you guys watching ads than for you to sub to me. I would rather fuck over the company, make money off of the companies, not the people. You know what I mean? That's like my philosophy. And when it comes to streaming as well, I would rather you guys come and lurk every day, all day, never say a word, never pay a dime, never do anything, just hang out with me, and me get some sort of like sponsorship or something through a company. It's like, hey, could you play our game for 2 nights for like 4 hours each? And, you know, tell us how you like it or whatever, and we'll pay you like, I don't know, $500. I would rather something like that come along than for me to sit here and just, hey guys, don't forget to sub. You know, hey, you know, you got that Prime sub, or, you know, throw that Prime sub, you know, towards me. Like, it's just, I don't want to sell out. I don't want to feel scummy. I don't want to like require you guys to do. That's not my job. This is not my job. This is something I do for fun. This is something I do to keep myself awake, to make friends, communicate, have a nice little chill community to hang out and talk to you guys, you know, have a good fun time. That was not an invitation, damn it. Damn it. It was not an invitation. This is not reverse psychology, damn it. I wasn't doing it for that. It's not what I was doing. Oh. Fucking people, deer does well. You're not wrong, bro. Deer are no joke. But yeah, that's just like my philosophy and like life in general, though. Just like I would rather, like I said, I'd rather take the money from the companies, right? because they already have money. They're making money off of you guys 24/7 from buying products, memberships, you know what I mean, all sorts of stuff. So they have money to spend on advertising. I would rather me make money for advertising for them than for you guys to pay me.
See where that rant got you.
Yeah, exactly. Like random ass rant that took a left turn towards the end there about fucking Twitch subs, and then fucking I accidentally get me a Twitch sub, which I was not trying to get. God. It is funny though. You go and watch some of these bigger streamers, like Ken the Tatman, or you know, sometimes Shroud, but Shroud doesn't really do it. But you know, like, and somehow, some way, shape, or form, someone gets like they're in a Discord call or something, and like someone just makes a funny comment like, "Hey, how about that Amazon Prime?" You know, and then out of nowhere you see like 1,000 Prime subs just fucking trickle in. You're like, what the fuck? It's like just mentioning that word is like, I don't even know. It's like brings them out of the woodwork, and they just fucking just start dropping them like they're fucking candy about to go out of stock or something. Yeah, and that's the thing. Is like I said, I don't stream to make money. One reason why I never ask for anything. I'm not trying to make it a career. I'm not trying to do anything like that. I do it, like I said, just to hang out with you guys. I have a community, middle of the night, keeps me awake, keeps me entertained. I, you know, try to return the favor best I can, and you know, we enjoy each other's company basically, right? I make money off of the ads you guys watch, and that's all I care about, because all I use that money for is to upgrade my PC to continue playing games, and occasionally to buy one-off games here and there that don't get donated to me by you guys anyway. That's the only thing I use it for, right? That's why I have my own actual job, right? I'm never going to quit my actual job because I have no reason to. My job's way too easy. You know what I mean? Like, that allows me to stream as much as I stream, so I'm never going to quit my job, so I'm never going to need to make this a career or anything. And honestly, I would not want to make this a career. It's way too stressful. But yeah, like, I don't like it when I'm sitting there and it's like, hey guys, make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. And like, I get it on a YouTube video because you don't have that live personal interaction. It's different on a YouTube video. And there is a big correlation to actually saying on your video for people to like and subscribe. If you don't say it, it's a night and day difference between how many people actually sub to you or hit the little buttons when you ask them to versus you don't ask them to. It's a night and day difference. And it's the same thing with streaming. Like, if you don't ever ask people to sub to you, a lot of people won't. But at the same time, it's one of those double-edged scummy swords, I feel like. Like, do you want to be that guy that's like not begging, but you're always asking, and it comes off as kind of just beggy-ish, right? Like, would you want to have that reputation? Oh yeah, that one guy that always asks for subs, man. Yeah, that guy. Yeah, I know that guy. I never subbed to him. You know what I mean? Like, do you want to be that guy? I don't think you want to be that guy. I wish I could come up with like something for you guys though. So like, because like I said, as it stands right now, you sub just so you don't have to watch the ads, which are fucking annoying. Let me tell you, they are. They're even annoying for me because I try to not talk during the commercials, but they happen so fucking often that it like interrupts my rants, my conversations so much. It's just such an annoyance. But I'd like to come up with something that like benefits you guys to be a sub, but I cannot think of a single thing. So I've never like, I just kind of like, whatever, fuck it. Yeah, a lot of people, like, surprisingly, a lot of people don't get ads in my stream. Really crazy. And in all reality, bro, instead of subbing directly to me, why don't you just buy Twitch Turbo? Like, not you with the fun sub or anything. But I mean, like, if people are gonna, like, actually money subscribe to me, like, just go buy Twitch Turbo, bro. It's so much better. You know what I mean? Oh, it doesn't hurt my feelings, I promise. Not even a little bit. But anyway, yeah, that's what I've been trying to work towards. I've been trying to work towards like a respectable viewer count of like just lurkers, basically. People that hang out and lurk with me all the time. So I can hypothetically try to get like a sponsorship through a video game to try to make some money through some sponsorships. Because I like to variety stream anyway, and I like to try new games. So if I can get like a new game that's like, hey, play our game, I'll pay you $100. Like, I'm down. I'm 100% down. Like, that's all I'm trying to work myself to, honestly. I don't want to be a big streamer. I don't want to be super popular. I don't want any of that stuff that comes with it. I literally just want to be able to play video games with some chill-ass, nice people and make a little bit of money on the side to support my gaming habits. Via companies, specifically. That's all I want in life. That's what it has. I would like to make more YouTube video, though. Like, if I can make more YouTube content, I'd be really happy about that, though. Because there's a lot of, like, times, like, because, as we talked about before, like, the main thing that we do around this channel is we help people. We explain things, we answer questions, we help people learn and explore different aspects of the games and answer questions and stuff. So I would like to expand upon that more with my YouTube videos, right? By making more guides and more explanational stuff for different parts of different games that we do play. Things that we usually talk about on stream, I would like to make them more into video content. I think that would be kind of nice because then I don't have to repeat myself as much, which is not really a big deal. But more or less, I can always point them to the video to make sure that they didn't miss something, or they can always like go back to it when I'm not live and things like that. It simplifies that process. So people can, you know, they don't have to catch me when I'm live to really experience it, right? They can just, oh, he has a video on that. Let's just go watch that, right? Kind of thing, and then maybe they come and stop by the stream another time instead. You know, indirectly bring my YouTube viewers over into the Twitch community and whatnot. I've had a handful of people watch my YouTube videos, like my Minecraft videos, and actually come and hang out in the streams, which is kind of crazy. Oh, that might be worse. That might be worse. My price checker's out of town right now, so I have no one to deal with my stoof. Yeah, I try to do my best to be as helpful as I can. And one thing I will say that I try to do my best at is if I'm wrong, I'm willing to admit it. There are so many people that like you go in there and you ask a question, they say something, and you're like, oh yeah, but what about this? And they're like, well, the reason why I'm right and what you say is wrong is, and they go into this really long, like, theoretical conversation where they're trying to prove that what they said was right, even though that it wasn't. Instead of just being like, yeah, you're right. You're right, you know, sorry. What I said was wrong. Yeah, it's one of those things, like, I would rather just be honest. Like, I don't need to be right. Like, we need to learn. Nobody knows everything, you know? You don't know what you don't know. So if I say something in ignorance, right? And then you prove me wrong by bringing something up, and oh shit, you're right. That is a thing, you know? I forgot about that, or whatever. Like, most people aren't willing to accept that they're wrong. I hate those people. People drive me insane. Like, you can, like, put it right in front of them in black and white that they're wrong. And they're still somehow right in their mind. Like, I mean, I fell into that boat a while back with one of my arguments. Like, there was a conversation we were having about something where I said something is basically impossible. And they say, well, if it's possible, then it's not impossible. And don't get me wrong, that is 100% a fact. But at the end of the day, do you really consider something that is like a 1 in a trillion odds or 1 in a quadrillion odds possible? Like, yes, mathematically speaking, it is possible. Because it will eventually happen for somebody. It's like hitting the lottery, right? You play the lottery every single week or whatever of your entire existence. Let's say you played it 50 times a year for 100 years, right? What is that? 5,000 times? You really think in 5,000 attempts at the lottery, you're actually going to win? Like, what is the win in the lottery? Like 1 in a trillion or something like that? It's fucking astronomical. You really think a 1 in 50 odds that you're gonna, or 1 in 5,000 odds that you're gonna hit it? And if you want, Bizarre, honestly, I'm just kind of moseying around. I'm trying to, so if you wonder what I'm doing, I'm kind of just mapping to map. I'm trying to get XP, and I want to get my Maven invite completed. I only have 4 of the things. I'm trying to get the Maven thing done. So I can attempt Maven on this build. I don't know if I can even do it. I'm trying to see if I can. I only have 2 of my Void Stones. And I have 1 more for this, so I'll have my 5th Crescent. And then I've never done the Uber Elder fight before, so I'm probably gonna have to just buy the invite for that, if I'm being honest. Like, I could obviously just run Shapers, right, and Elders to get the fragments, and then just do it myself, but I'd rather just buy the Uber fight, honestly. But yeah, if you want to come, I don't mind. Are you on my friends list? I don't think you're on my friend. Yeah, just add me. My name is It Burns to Pee. Thor, I can't tell you how many people crack up at my name in this. Like, I'll go and like message somebody for a trade, and I'll show up to their hideout, we'll do the trade, and they're like, hey man, you might want to go get that looked at. And I'm like, what is this guy talking about? I'm like, oh yeah, my name. I forget all about it. The other day I traded somebody, he's like, hey man, you might want to go get that looked at. I was like, yeah, I'll get it looked at after I get a mage blood. It's fine. They just laugh. What did I just pick up? What's your build anyway? It's hilarious. I love this name. It's in reference to like playing Righteous Fire, right? Because I'm burning to death, right? But it also is just so funny because it's just like so relatable. People are like, yeah, that's awkward. If it burns when you pee, you might have a problem, you know? It just like makes people giggle when they see it. So I just love using this name. It's so funny. I'm not getting any big pops. This guy's taking forever to die. Yeah, we got about 45 minutes left in the stream, and then we'll call it a night. What the fuck? Oh yeah, let's go. Oh, you're on Holy Relic of Command. That's a cool build. My buddy Edge was gonna run that one league, and the fucking build is so much fucking math. I hated it. It's like, all right, well, in order to hit this breakpoint, you need to have this much, you know, quality on your gem, and in order to hit this breakpoint, you need this much quality, and then this breakpoint is this much quality, and in order to get this much quality, you need to do this plus this, and then this plus that, and then that, and this, and this, and that, and oh, and then that puts you to this breakpoint, and then in order to get to the next breakpoint, it's like, bro, this is not that serious. I throw on my aura. Really? That's crazy. You got the 82 breakpoint? Nice. Yeah, I think, what's the next one, like 105 or something like that? I don't remember. I think it goes like 105, 132, and like 152 or something like that, or 155. Something weird. Oh, you got deleted. I think you were typing. So you need to build like mine if you want to type. You do a lot of damage though. Where's my crest? Yeah, you can pick up pretty much any yellows that you want to pick up. I'm never gonna pick them up. All right, we're up to 5 splinters. Let's go. 50 maps to go in a dream. Is there any specific mod I have to watch out for you so you don't die? Or since it's the Holy Relic's doing the damage, you're pretty much safe. Yeah, so recovery and no regen I can't run anyway. So the ones that I avoid is the low regen, no regens, and max res. Those are the only ones I don't run. I can run. That's why I was curious. You want to opt in? When you opt in, just say in game that you like K or something like that, just so I know you did it. Yeah, you like I said, you don't have to type anything crazy. Just a letter. It doesn't all matters. I just want to make sure you did it, so I don't like leave you out. Especially if it's like a divine, because you can have like a 50% chance to also get a divine. Want to make sure you're not getting left out when it comes to it. DPS. DPS. Yeah, I need to get me a mage blood. It's kind of like the goal of the build right now. Let's get my first ever mage blood. 'Cause I basically can't die. Never corrupted blood and stuff. Like I can't really die. I'm working towards getting a mage blood at this point. So I want to get my Void Stones so I could get T16 Defiled Cathedral. So I can move Defiled Cathedral over to like another map. I don't know what map I'd move it to if I'm being honest though. Like Defiled Cathedral is actually not a bad map. Because it's just a circle now. It has a few offshoots, yeah, but it's basically just a circle. I don't really have any problems with Defiled Cathedral personally. Yeah, I think they're about 140 divines, 120 to 140 right now, which is relatively cheap. The Sylvan Shield is actually more expensive, at least it was the other day. But I've never actually purchased a Mage Blood ever. I've never had one on any league, any build. Like I said, I would like to get one eventually, just one time at least. And I think going forward, I'll probably be able to farm one most leagues. Now that I've like kind of taken the game, not that I'm taking the game more seriously. It's just like making money has gotten easier for me over the years. Kind of understand how to make money a little bit better than I used to, so now I actually make dumb money. Yeah, you got lucky with the Awaken. Yeah, but I mean, like, at the end of the day, one good, easy way to make money is to run Maven invites like we're doing right now. So what you do is you set up for Mavens, right? And you add the Mavens to the map, right? So you go in here and you do this thing here. So it's like summons up to 1 to 3 additional Atlas bosses when witnessing maps. They can drop splinters to give you Maven invites faster. And then the additional bosses summoned if higher or fewer monsters remaining, blah, 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 in the map. Modifiers when a final boss also apply to the summon bosses. So it makes them harder. But like I said, they can drop their own stuff. And then they can also drop Awakened gems.
Get out
Right?
of here.
Yo,
Get
Death.
out of here, man. Shit, I'm saying.
Know what I'm saying? Yeah, we're getting ready. We got about 40 minutes left. What the fuck? What dagger is that? Trying to think of a single dagger that's that expensive. But anyway, yeah, so if you just run the Mavens, right? So the Maven, like, finishing the invitation, right? Getting the Splinter at the end, and having the chance of the Awakened Gem, plus killing the bosses that are summoned, that also drop Splinters and a chance at Awakened Gems, you can make good money off the Awakened Gem drops. And just the Splinters themselves, like, selling the invites, you can make pretty solid money from speed farming to the boss. You don't even have to fully clear the map if you don't want to, but it's best if you do. So having a build that like kind of blankets the screen while you're running through it, killing things. And if you can get less than 50 mobs on a map by the time you get to the end, obviously you'd want to like do something like Toxic Sewer or something. Something with like a narrow-ass corridor so you can try to kill all the mobs in a like short period of time, or maybe even like Strand or something, or Beach. Something that's like a straight line. By the time you get to the end, you killed most of the mobs. Be good for it, right? But you would need 10 maps, roughly, to be able to fully do it properly. So you'd have to find 10 maps that kind of suit that build. And you could speed farm to the boss. Like, let's say it takes you like a minute or less to get to the boss, kill the boss, and, you know, mostly kill all the mobs in the map on your way to it, speed farming it. You can make like 30 divines an hour or something stupid, supposedly. If you link it, it just blocks it. Oh, in chat, so press, you know, bring up your chat window, change it to like party like you did earlier, and then it's Control, Alt, and left click on the item. So like if I wanted to like link this map, Control Alt and left click it, put it into the chat. Alright, that's fine. I hate this boss. I actually hate this boss. It's so annoying. They split up, but then you can only hurt one of them at a time. Once you kill one, it's not too bad. But with the way my build works, it's actually obnoxious. Like on a build like yours, it's not too bad because you can kind of single target one at a time. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, getting close. One more level. I can go and find me a large cluster jewel. Synth dagger. Oh, explodey dagger. Got you. Got you. Yeah, because the underneath doesn't matter. It's just the synth mod that's insane. Yeah, nice little explodey dagger. Pretty crazy.
Don't they? Can work ever... Humans have to work a lot, don't they? Can work ever be truly rewarding?
Yeah, I think so.
What, even for him?
Oh, I remember this.
All he does is hold a stick all day.
Yeah, that shit's funny, Tover. Yeah, I've seen that one before, Tover. It's so funny. That shit's so funny. You just hold a stick all day. How rewarding do you think that is? Yeah, how'd you get that that synth dagger? Did you get it in the synthesis map? That's crazy. Floaty dagger would be nuts. Like low key, having something like that would be fucking awesome. I wish I could find something like this, but as fire explosion. I mean, it doesn't even have to be fire explosion, but I would love to get an explodey on like a scepter. Dude, I could even get it on a sword. It doesn't matter, honestly. It truly doesn't matter. Wait, how did he give it to you if it was SSF? SSF couldn't trade players. Fuck this. I'm not even. I hate this map. I just run it because the boss isn't hard. It's just. Yeah, I'm just curious. Bizarre, I've never done solo self-found in the game. I'm just curious on how a solo self-found character that can't trade can somehow give it to a trade player. Because I felt like if you find it on solo self-found, the stash should be locked to solo self-found character, right? Like even if you made another character, how would that character be able to access solo self-found stuff? You know what I'm saying? I don't know how it works. I've never played solo self-found, so. I mean, unless it was like self-imposed solo self-found, then that makes more sense. But I've never messed with it, so I don't know the exact criteria or whatever. But yeah, it's crazy. I'd have to look that up because if I could, like I said, if I can get an explodey shaper wand, oh baby, that would be nuts. Oh, I got you. So he played SS7 and then migrated to the trade. Boss runner somewhere. Oh, just want to run Maven. Do you have all of your void stones already? Your character? Oh, we got cucked here. You do? Nice. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to work on right now. So. And then we'll work on a mage blood after that. Oh, paying attention. I like how this one has bosses that are walking straight down it, and there's only one tower, and it's at the pump. This fucking this is what I hate about fucking blight maps the most, or blights in general. Oh my god, my loop filter. Not ready for all this. Where'd that blight map go? There we go. I don't know how much that goes for. How much does... Where did it go? This thing go? Wave of conviction. 3C? Ew! That's gross. I don't like this map. That map. I don't really like that map. I don't like dungeon either. What are the mine zones? Let's circle. But yeah, once we get one more level, we can get a large cluster in this build. I do need to get a new helmet though. Yo, do you like crafting, Bazaar? Yeah, so I need to get a, I think it's tier 85 or an 83 Elder armor helmet. And I need to farm Essence of Hysteria to try and craft me a helmet. I mean, I could buy the essences. They're about 30C each. But the helmet I'm trying to get is roughly 30 to 60 divines. And that's for like a bad one. So I thought I was asking if you liked to craft, because if you did, I was gonna say, you want to craft me a helmet? You can have the Forbidden Tomes as well. I won't run them. How did they get a blight map all the way the fuck over here? What the fuck? Alright, good enough. I gotta go pee really quick, and then we'll continue on a little bit more. Oh, alright. Spelunking? Oh no. Oh no. Of all the fucking mechanics, why spelunking? I mean, fuck, isn't hole close enough to spelunking? Please no. Unless he's just elaborating on a hole more. Don't add spelunking, bro. Bro, why? I hate this. Bro, of all the skills, why spelunking? Ugh. I fucking hate that skill. It's so similar to hole though. Like, what is gonna be different between spelunking and hole? I don't get it. I'm just saying though, mate, it's like when it comes to like the skills, like the hole is like is similar to spelunking as we currently have. So why is he adding spelunking if we already have something similar to it, right? Where we're going into like a hole, we're going down, like, because in spelunking you have guys that go into the hole, right? They dig the hole deeper and deeper. It's part of spelunking, right? That's kind of why I'm like, why are we adding spelunking if we already have hole that has part of spelunking in it? You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make any sense. You've already somewhat added it. There's no reason to add it more. Oh, also, Bazaar, if you want to, if any of that stuff you want to click on, feel free. Like, I don't click on any of the resources or the ores or anything because I don't do the islands and stuff. But if you want the ores, feel free to click on it. It's gonna hurt my feelings. None of this shit's gonna kill me, so. I know you're not lava. I'm just saying it doesn't make any sense. Oh, do you do any fossil crafts? Because I don't. I have a bunch of fossils that I'm literally going to do nothing with. So I don't mind if you take the fossils as well, because fuck fossils. There's a lot of stuff I could care less about, honestly. As you can tell, if I leave shit on the ground and you want it, you're more than welcome to have it. I'm too lazy to pick up most things. They're cool looking. I don't know what it is. But I mostly come in here, kill a handful of things. Most of the things, majority of like the bigger mobs, right? I do my blade. I look at the guy, the merc, to make sure he doesn't have any like divines or anything on him. If he has chaos, I'll take it. And then I basically just kill the boss and I zone out. I don't care if I fully clear the map or not. Thank you. You out, Tover? I appreciate you, Tover. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the Stardew Valley stuff. We will be back on tomorrow night. We will be doing it some more. So take it easy, man. Oh, last thing before you go. What you got for me? Oh, it's the invisible. Oh, that's so good. Alright, that's good. I don't normally do ritual, but it is worth doing them. If now that I have a build that doesn't really die, it's actually worth doing them to at least see if there's any divines or anything in it. So Bizarre, do you play Eidolon at all? Are you an Eidolon enjoyer? Are you an idol enjoyer at all, or you despise them, or you're okay with them, you just haven't found a good one? Like, obviously that's a lot of criteria. I'm just kind of curious. The only reason I bring it up is because it's like free to play. If you enjoy it, then you can spend $5 to get auto loot. Eventually. Yeah. Specifically if you enjoy the game. Oh, my inventory's full. No! Is this thing worth anything? You see? Oh, the guy. Yeah, just wanted to see if it had like a divine in it. Yeah, if you want the fossils, you're more than welcome to have them. I mean, I have 10 minutes left in stream. We could run another map, or I can just open up mine and clear out my daily stuff and show you some of the stuff in the game. If you want. There's a lot. like it's gonna be information overload. Just take it with a grain of salt. Just kind of see and experience the things that there are that you can do at the end game. But it's up to you. I don't mind switching it up. Are they? Yeah. I don't think I have anything super expensive. Yeah. And if you don't need them for crafting, I'm just gonna hold on to them then. In case my buddy wants to use them. Alright, so up to you. We can either run a map or two, or we can just open up Eidolon. Alright. We'll just open it up and we'll just leave this open and we'll open up Eidolon over it. Let's go Eidolon. So the basics, Bazaar, is you start off with one character, and as you level up that character, you unlock a second character, and then your account has a total account level to go with it. I usually play in full screen, but I'm gonna leave my PoE open in the background, right? So the third character requires an account level of X. Fourth one is an account level of X. So this guy's level 50, this guy's level 40, this guy's level 30, this guy's level 60. Combines all of them together. See, my account levels is 5130. To unlock all 10 characters, I think you need an account level of like 1000 or something like that. Maybe it's 2000 to get all 10 characters, but 10 characters is max right now. And then on top of that, there are technically 4 classes. I'll show you that in a second. As I just want to give you the basics before we go into like anything crazy. But there's 4 classes, so you can see that here under family. So you start off as this guy. He's the beginner. He's the guy you start off with. And then when you get... I'll show you the main town really quick while we're here. So you start off here. And there's like quests to do, right? Quests kind of tell you where to go, what to do, kind of show you a few things. And then it pushes you along. And then in the World 1, he kind of gives you hints of where to go. But then you get through this zone, right? And then obviously you got another thing here. There's obviously extra areas you can go down and like, you know, kind of explore a little bit if you want. But you go to the next portal. And then this guy, you get to one of the main quests in the game where you get to select your actual subclass. So you can be a warrior, you can be an archer, you can be a mage. There is a hidden class, which is these three guys here, which is a beginner, which is the guy you start as, but it's like an advanced form of the beginner. So that's an advanced thing, like I said, something you wanted to worry about for a long time. But as you get into the game, if you did like it, you'd want to know about it. But basically, you know, you make a warrior, and then the warrior can split into 2 classes. So you basically, at the end of the day, you want 2 warriors, 2 rangers, 2 archers. That's 6 of your 10 slots. And then if you make the beginner one, that's 7. You have 3 open slots to double up on some of these characters. Some of them are useful, some of them are not useful to double up on. So at the end of the day, it's just personal preference on the last 3 characters. There are some min-max methods in metas and stuff, but that's the basics, right? So I can show you each one of the characters if you want, but they all specialize in a different thing. They all have different abilities and stuff like that. But, you know, warriors specialize in strength stuff, archers are in agility stuff, and wizards are in int stuff. So that's the basics, right? But we are going to do our daily claims really quick. And we'll show you some of the zones or whatever if you want. We'll show you some of the combat if you want as well. He started adding in these pop-ups, which are really annoying. And it's trying to sell cosmetics and stuff to people, and it just annoys the shit out of me. This is his gacha system. But you get a free pool every week. Like once a week you get a free pool, and you could pull any one of these guys, basically. And the more you pull, the better your odds are of getting a good pull or whatever. Eventually you'll get all of them. The problem is there is when you go to pull, there's 2 pulls you can do. You got the new ones, which are these are like season 2 pets, and then you get the legacy pulls. Legacy pulls are the old ones from season 1, and these ones are god tier. Like King Doot is required. Um, Ram is almost required. Custard, Slug, Sheepy, all kind of required. Pretty much everything from Sheepy up, you kind of want to make sure you have, and everything below it is kind of additional. But if you don't have them, you don't have them. It's not that big a deal. It's just kind of hurts to not have it. And then this one's kind of the same thing. Like there's some of them that have like really good bonuses, but not nearly as good as that one. That one's like crazy good. But anyway, that's the gacha system. I wouldn't worry about it as much. You know, like I said, you get one free pull every week, and eventually you'll get everything. Then you got stamps. So like I said, everything kind of builds upon itself. So you have to farm up the stamps doing quests and stuff. Then you got to level them up for account-wide buffs. I'm trying to see if I have a level up today. So, second. Nope. And then you have statues, which is another account-wide buff that you have to level up and gear up and stuff. And we got World 2, which is, here's Alchemy, another one of the skills. Learn it eventually if you actually play it. But this is account-wide buffs as well. The more you put into this, the more your account flourishes and gets stronger. So you just level things up in here by farming resources with your AFK characters and stuff. Miscellaneous other ways as well, but this. That's taken care of. Kilroy's done. Post office box.
Would you like a cup of water? Because you look thirsty as fuck right now.
Oh, yeah, thanks for the hydrate. Let's go. Thank you. This up. We got refinery. We got construction. What armor am I? We are working towards a void. Alright, void is our next one, and we need to do cheese art. Then we got World 4. Chips. Okay. Up. 65s. Alright. Pretzel to level. Okay. We got 5. Sailing. Let's see if we can get this. Sovereign. Please upgrade. Upgrade. Mate, quick question. Is there a way to like try to get like do I have to accept this one and then cloud save and come back and I'll get a different trade offer? So I can try and farm more attempts at the achievement? Like I know there's a way to to farm more chances. Okay. We got new beads. That's good. Alright, so we got a new bead here. Let's start back here. Do we have another high tube? Here. Got one bead. Get rid of his low tiers. This gives us 9 bill. Get rid of these. Then we have a 22. Which is none of these. Alright, so we can put these. Up to that. Okay, there's that. But if I change maps and go back inmate, it's the same one. So do I have to actually complete the trade one time and then change maps for it to actually update a new one? Like, I'm just curious on how I prompt a new one. Do I have to actually complete the thingy first, like one time? Complete the trade and then change maps? Is that how it works? I've never done it, so I'm just taking a guess. Yeah, this is summoning. We haven't done our summoning in a couple days, so. So basically, this game, Bizarre, it's an idle game that has a bunch of mini games built into it. That's why there's so much to do, and why there's so many layered aspects of why it gets kind of complicated, but also keeps you interested because there's always something to do to increase your account to make it stronger. And between the skilling mini games of, like, you know, jumping a minecart like you're playing Donkey Kong or something, to clicker heroes almost, where you're like clicking like really fast to like chop a tree or something, um to like jumping through hoops with bugs, to even like what this is, what I don't even know what you call this, it's almost like a defense game, or like I don't even know what you call it, you know, double HP points. You send things down to the other side, and you have to get your guys to the other side while killing his guys and preventing you from losing your HP to 0 before his hit 0. So what we were doing before, we were upgrading some of our abilities and our points, so we were getting more HP and more damage. So our guys were sending down have more damage and more HP to survive against the guys on his side. Because if you look at the top, I'm doing about 800 million damage, now 900 million because I'm losing HP, and they have less than 2 million HP. His have 3 billion damage and 6 billion HP. So you can see what I mean about, like, it's a little rough, but I can send down a ton in one spot, and the more HP I lose, the stronger mine get. But there's some waves that are like, oh, you only have one life, so you have to have enough mobs to send down the lane in order to prevent them from, like, to kill him before he kills you, or strong enough that they don't die in one hit. Kind of, it's just a whole like slew of metas behind it, but yeah, this is one of the games. It's a very interesting game. Like I said, there is a lot. And what I mean by a lot is people have made third-party programs to track how many things there are to do in the game on a daily basis to simplify your playstyle so it's not so overwhelming. Because with how many aspects there are in this game to do, something, like if you're working on something, you're ignoring something. There's no way to do everything every day without ignoring, or, you know, like just not ignoring, but like not putting enough focus on it, right? You can either flat out ignore it like I do, or you can just not put enough effort into it and you fall behind in a certain aspect. There's so many of them. Ooh, we win. Yeah, like Mate said, so every world has 3 skills to work with. I'll show you that in a second. Right? So if you go to like the skill information on the page, so the first 3 here are world 1, second 3 are World 2, World 3, World 4, World 5, World 6. We're getting World 7 soon. So you get 3 skills per zone, like per world. Not only do you get 3 skills, but each world has a specific thing within it, right? So for example, like I was just saying, World 6, which is what we're in right now, currently has farming, sneaking, and summoning. Summoning is what we were just doing. Farming is right here where you farm these plots and then you get, crops, and then you upgrade things to get more benefits and stuff, right? Pretty self-explanatory. Sneaking was the first thing you saw where I was checking out those beads and stuff. Those are the 3 skills, right? For this zone. This is sneaking. These are the 3 skills. But within this zone, there are more things, aka like the vendor here, that you can buy Bob Joe pickles. These Bone Joe pickles, which are used for something else, right? This one's not a very good example because there's not really much here, but every zone has star signs to collect, right? Is there not one in town here? I thought there was one in town. They have star signs to collect that are used in the constellations down here, right? So you can unlock new constellations for buffs for your account. You also have like the beanstalk here that gets unlocked, right? Because the beanstalk comes from sneaking. But in like World 5, right? World 5 has divination, it has sailing, right? And gaming, which is down this hole right here, right? These are the 3 skills. Now, not all of them are in the town, but not only does it have these 3 skills, it has the slab tab, which is finally unlocked to you and explained to you. But this is all the items in the game, and it tracks it and gives you stats appropriately based off of how many items you have found in the game. But it also has a zone, which is called the hole, which is what we call it, and it has its own set of like mini games and stuff to do inside the hole. And the hole itself gives you more benefits and bonuses from upgrades and as you progress the hole. So like I said, going from World 1 to World 2 doubles the amount of stuff you have to do. World 3 almost doubles it again. And it kind of compounds more and more, right? So it's not just getting 3 skills, it's those 3 skills interacting with each other, compounding even further, plus adding in the side zone contents. Because like World 4 has Rift. World 3 has Equinox. World 2 has the fishing dude. World 1 has an owl. Each one of them has their own little side zone on top of that. Yeah, like I said, it's free. And like with the caveat that you won't be able to auto loot items off of the ground. And I'll show you what I mean by that in just a second. So here's the owl. Owl's pretty simple. I wanted to reset my owl anyway. So, but you can auto fight for free, right? But when you're auto fighting, like you go into a zone, you click auto, and your guy's just sitting there combating while your game is open. The items are dropping on the ground. They will not automatically pick up the loot on the ground unless you purchase auto loot, which is $5. So I consider auto loot the base price of the game, like the box price, right? So if you like the game, this is why I said if you actually do like the game, spending $5 on it is a good deal. Because then you get auto loot and you can leave the game running in the background while it's auto combating to pick up loot. And you just check it every once in a while because you're going to run out of room pretty quickly. Like until you get more bag space and carry space. You're going to head to bed, mate. I appreciate you. Thank you very much for being here. Have a good night. Thanks for staying. Hope you had a good time. I'll talk to you tomorrow. So if you do want to try this game out, Bazaar, obviously the World 1, pretty self-explanatory. You don't really need any explanation or help or anything. But I can show you some stuff and explain to you like World 1 stuff if you want. If you want to give it a try and you don't want to be too completely lost. Or you can come back tomorrow and you can ask. You know, it doesn't matter either way. But it's pretty simple. It's pretty self-explanatory. It's pretty easy.
And a lot of it is very slow in the beginning because there's a lot of AFKing and a lot of just waiting for things to be acquired or to level up. So it takes a little bit of time, but people can speed run from World 1 to World 6 where I'm at in like a month or two nowadays. Back in the day, that was unheard of because it was so slow and so difficult to get the stats. Yeah, it's one of those. I always recommend it to people because it's free. Like, if you like games and you want something to pass time on a day where you just don't want to take anything seriously, this is a game you just open up, click a couple buttons, and just let it play. And then on a day you want to actually take it more seriously, you actually log in. Other than just logging in and claiming your dailies or whatever, you log in and you actually like active on a character, and then you go click some more buttons here and there, and you maybe craft some gear or something, like, you know what I mean? You go and farm out something specific, and that's like a more active day whenever you're actually feeling it, you know what I mean? It's like I said, it's a really chill game. I really like it. Obviously when you get to the point where I'm at, you'll spend more time than you want to some days, and that's why some days I don't even log in for 4 or 5 days, right? Like I don't have it in me to log in every day sometimes to check everything, so I log in whenever I feel like it. All right, so let's check out. I think we got a sailing and a printing proc. Like I said, if you play World 1, you get to World 2, and you're kind of liking it, you know, we can talk about it some more. We can explain some stuff. The thing is, like, I would definitely explain things to you pre in advance if you wanted, because the game is very simple in the beginning, but the main thing you're going to run into is like, well, where do I put my talent points? Where do I do this? Like, what's going to be the best bang for my buck? And most of that information is like, you can kind of find it online, but you kind of can't. It's kind of hidden and obscured, and you don't know what's true and what's not because things change all the time. And then, you know, obviously you can reset stuff later. It's not a big deal. It's just it slows you down a little bit if you do it incorrectly or whatever. And then, like, as you play the game more, you might hate the game because you're not really progressing anywhere. You're not really enjoying it because, you know, kind of just not doing anything because you can't do anything or whatever. So if you do it incorrectly in the beginning, most people quit because they don't like the playstyle because they're not really making any progress, right? But if you do it correctly, you make a lot of progress, and the game becomes a little bit more enjoyable at the beginning until you finally get to a point where there's so many things to do that it doesn't matter what your progress is because you're progressing in so many other aspects simultaneously that even if it feels like you're not progging, you are progging. It gets crazy. There are a few mechanics in the game that have a finite amount of upgrades and stuff like that. So eventually you will be done, like sailing, which is what I'm working on right now. There's only so much in sailing to do. Once you get to this last island and you have every single artifact with the little green statue that it stands on, then you're done with the sailing. You never have to do sailing again, right? Divination. Once divination has all the gods unlocked and they're all leveled up to max level, there's no need to do divination anymore, right? Gaming, for example, in this world, it's kind of the same thing. Once you have all of the super bit purchases, there's no reason to continue on with gaming. These are things that are finite, that eventually you hit the hard wall where you don't need to do it anymore. And there's one less thing you got to worry about every day. Right, I have 2 more upgrades to do. And they're kind of hard to get to with how much points they take. So that's why I haven't really been focusing on it. I'll come back to it later. But I'm working on my sailing for right now. But there's other aspects in the game that do not have an end. They indefinitely continue to progress. And you will never stop progressing them. AKA alchemy. Alchemy does not have a stopping point. It never will. And alchemy is one of the biggest increasements and progressions to the entire account. This thing right here is what I'm doing. This is like, if you ignore this and neglect it, you will suffer. 1000% suffer. Like, the key thing is, like, anytime someone comes into like an Eidolon stream and they're like, hey, could you give me some advice? Could you look at my account and like kind of tell me what I did wrong? without looking at anybody's account, you could literally just say, "Oh, work on alchemy," and you would be right. Not even an exaggeration. That's how important um alchemy is. Oh, we hit it. We got lucky. I hit it with a 50 because I was almost out of points. We hit it. Long live the Badger! Why can't I click on? Yeah, sailing speed, baby. Let's go. So if you haven't noticed yet, Bizarre, a lot of the other skills and a lot of the other things that you can do in the game kind of mesh, right? Like I'm on divinity and this is giving me like divinity gains sailing speed, more sailing speed. This gives me more divinity gain. This gives me more total damage. This gives me more divinity gain. This gives me skill scale efficiency and total damage, and then this gives me more sailing speed. Like, see what I mean? Like, they're just because I'm doing divinity doesn't mean I'm not working on other skills, right? So all gods are done. I don't know how this works. How do you god rank? I'm just gonna leave him here and see what happens. I might be done with divinity. I think there's god ranks to go in on top of it, which is like more stuff, but I haven't tried. I haven't got to that point yet. Okay. Last four characters. Sailing, gaming. Gaming is one of the biggest dick punches, honestly. Oh, it's just such a dick punch, bro. Mm. Yo, we hit it. Let's go. All right, next island. Oh shit, I'm not paying attention. I need this one. Okay. I was looking at the wrong thing. All right. So we are currently boom, boom. Okay. We need the bell. Yeah, we need the bell. Okay. So that is this one. 64 days. Oh. All right, man. That's huge, actually. That is fucking huge. That just gave me more total damage per main stat. That's huge. All right. Plus it moves me on to the next um thingamajiggy. So I can work on the next statues. All right, so this is what I was talking about with combat, Bizarre. I can hit auto, and you see how he's just like fucking throwing his skills everywhere, auto fighting anything that spawns in his radius and just kicking things ass. See all the loot that's on the ground? You won't see this much loot in the beginning, but eventually it'll get way worse than what mine is. But if you don't have auto loot, all that just stays on the ground unless you like click on it. Like hold your mouse down and like do what I'm doing right here. Like you can manually pick it up. But if you don't, it just disappears after 30 minutes. So that's what the auto loot would be for. And like I said, I only recommend that if you actually enjoy the game. Before that, right, it becomes annoying. But the best way is, instead of actively fighting like this, when you let's say I'll come back to this character. When you're AFK for 2 minutes, you have what's called AFK gains that you can claim, right? Oh, we got one. We got an upgrade to it. What does this give us? What does this give us? Multi-kill per damage tier. Pretty nice. I think it's additive, so it's not great, but that's pretty huge. It only has the one, so we just got to get it upgraded 2 more times. Pretty good. But we will need a bunch of these eventually. Okay. So when you don't have auto loot, if you wait, like I said, let's say you're gone for like 8 hours and you come back, see how stuff dropped on the ground? It drops on the ground once you log into the character, and then you just pick up all the stuff that's on the ground right then and there, and then you move to your other character, or you move them to a new spot and then you move to a new character. It's really easy. So you don't have to constantly like check it every like 20-30 minutes to pick up the items on the ground. That's the problem with actively playing without auto loot, right? Which is why I say, like, if you like the game, it's worth buying, but there's no point in paying $5 to start if you're just gonna play it for 10 minutes and you're just like, yeah, it wasn't a fun game. You know what I mean? So that's, like I said, that's why I recommend to wait. Like I said, there's ways around it. You just, like I said, you just play AFK. Look at all those levels. Oh, so much boat speed. That's huge. Let's go. Okay. Wait, why did I miss a boat? Missed a boat. Okay. Okay. Alright, he's at 2 minutes. So, as you say, 2 minutes, you see you get this is how many kills you got, this is how many coins you got, blah, 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 blah. There's this button, I don't know when you unlock it, but you can just say, drop all the items into storage that are common drops. So what they mean by common drops is like mob materials, right? The mob specific material. So that would be the 22 green, oh wait, sorry, the almost 200,000 spore caps would go right into your storage, right? But the other items, like the miscellaneous, more rare items, drop on the ground, and you just pick those up, and then you either move him to another zone because he's done doing what he's doing, or you just go to another character and you just let him combat. That's literally all you have to do when you don't have auto loot. It's that easy. I think we're good. Like I said, that's the most annoying part. And even with auto loot, you will run into other problems, aka your inventory getting full and not being able to pick up items, which then in turn means the map fills up with materials and your game starts to lag and could crash. So getting as many bags and as many upgrades to the bag as possible and the carry count and stuff is kind of an ideal point. All right, so that is all. Yeah, so that is my daily claims basically. I mean, there's a lot more daily things I could do, but that's pretty much all I normally do, and we'll just call it there. Honestly, I don't really care. And I'm gonna go put this guy back on killing the green mushroom, because I need more green mushroom kills. But yeah, that's basically the game in a nutshell. Like I said, you can join the guild. Like if you do make it, you can join a guild. Guilds give you bonuses. So I have a low level guild, but like for example, you'd get 13 to all stats. You get 24% carry capacity. You get 3 weapon power. You know, almost 2% AFK gains, production rate. You know, more cash, skill AFK gains, total skill efficiency. A little drop rate, you know, some points, some drop rates and stuff like that. You get a few little bonuses for being in the guild. Basically, as we level it up, uh, you get more and more benefits. And then there's like quests, like daily quests for the guild quest to give you more points and like give the guild more points, but it like shows how many points you've obtained for your guild. Like I have 76,000. Topher's got us almost 50,000. And it like levels the guild up for it. So it's like, oh, defeat 300 monsters. Cool. You know, do the catching mini game, do the fishing mini game, do your world 1 and 2 tasks. You'd go up here to quick reference, go to task, and you just have to do something in here. So defeat 69 poops. Pretty easy. World 2. Say this at the stand of time. So just go there and type this in chat. Boom. Those 2 quests are done. Kill those people. Kill, you know, do those 2 mini games. You got all your dailies done. Like that's another daily thing you could technically do. And like I said, like checking your side content, like the fishing guy, the owl, or actively farming on specific characters, because once you get to a further point, there's certain characters, like this guy's one of them. They have alternate forms. Like I can go into Windwalker form on this guy, which is this Tempest form, and then when I'm in Tempest form, when I kill things, they drop dust, which I can use to level up a completely different tree of the game to give my entire account more buffs and benefits. That holds true for 3 characters right now. Windwalker is one of them. Deathbringer is another one. This guy here. He has a Deathbringer form. And then the Arcanist, which is the brand new one. So those are the 3 that have active forms right now. So, like I said, there's a lot to do. Like, there's a lot of reasons to leave the game running. There's a lot of reasons to have auto loot or things like that, or just to check it daily to progress the account slowly and sure. Like I said, it's not one of those games where you're gonna be like playing it like PoE, where you're like constantly staring at it and be like, oh, click, 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 super focus, go fast, go fast. Oh my god, loot all this stuff, loot all that stuff. Oh yeah, let's dump it off and start all over. Like, it's not that. It's more of a mellow side screen. Click a couple buttons, let it do what it's gonna do. Click a couple more buttons, let it do what it's gonna do. Come back to it an hour later. Maybe come back to it tomorrow once everything's settled. Like, you can make it as active as you want or as least active as you want. It's a very chill game, but it can be definitely it can be as in depth as you want it to be, if I'm being honest. Socketed gens are supported by Honk Effect. I'm trying to see if there's a cheap helmet today. Burning damage and targeted gens deal damage. That was almost worth picking up. 20 divines for this one. Not a bad price, if I'm being honest. 20 divines for that. Wish it had HP. That's the problem, is I want one with HP on it, and I have to spend an armor and a leg for that. Alright, let's swap. Deal more damage per time. Elemental damage. Alright. So we can always go with the elemental damage one as well. 18 divines. These are all the other helmet that I really don't think I want. Just want one with a life. That much to ask for with one with a life. Let's actually move this one. We'll do a count of 1. We'll put socketed gems deal damage. Socketed deal. Alright, so these are the helmets we're looking at, Bizarre. So the cheapest one is 20 divines for a 37 HP. Ugh. 24 for 69, not too bad. I mean, it is a 16, 18, 24 divines though. 23 HP. Crafted strength and kind of feels meh.
25. I feel like the HP was higher to be better, but it's double 18. 1620, not too bad, but 30 life. This is the better one right here. This prefix, plus the socket AoE gems with the area effect on it. That's better than this strength, but he had an open suffix, so it makes a little sense, I guess. 40 divines for crafted life, and not even a 20. 42 crafted life, and 120 and 18. Decently solid here, but the accuracy, nothing. Anything with a light radius, dead stats. 45 for flat strength with crafted life. Not finding anything great. Like this is 60 life. Like this one's so expensive for double 16. Too expensive. Another crafted life. Armor energy shield, kind of meh. Life regenerate. This is actually pretty nice. Life regenerate on it. 55 divines. Decent life roll. Okay, the life regen is kind of wasted, but good craft. This one's solid. 1620. A 1620 with decent life roll. And it has the accuracy roll, which is a dead stat. Problem is, if it doesn't have a dead stat on it, like this mana roll or whatever, it's gonna be ridiculously expensive. Like fire roll is fine, but it's not really looking for. Yeah, like this low regen right here is like a dead stat. But like that's what lowers the price. Like if I look for like a proper 6 statted one, we're looking at like a damn near a mirror. Oh, this one landed weird. It landed all 3 with nothing else, so he triple crafted. Interesting. Yeah, this one's not a bad one. It's got the 1 dead stat for the craft mod, but this is actually decent. It's 80 divines. Yeah, I can't purchase any right now. That's for sure. We're gonna have to look at large clusters soon. Yes and no, Bizarre. So basically all it is an elder influenced helmet. One of the 2 helmets. You either get just a flat armor one, or you get that specific one. I was just hold on. That's like the hatred helmet or whatever it's called. Let me pull it up. This helmet. So Arc Demon Crown or whatever it's called. This helmet is one that people like because it gives plus level to socketed skill gem. I personally don't like this if you're putting the RF in the helmet because +2 to RF does nothing. So I wouldn't want this helmet specifically. This is good for like fire trap, which is what most people use it for. But if you like I said, if we're putting RF in there, damage on while on low life shows the better. But yeah, just a raw ass armor helmet. This has a shaper influence. I thought it was elder influence that we wanted. Interesting. Hold on. And it basically you just essence crap. You just flame it with essence until you hit one that works for you. Helmet. Helmet. Strength helmet. Bam. Bam. Alright, so we are looking. Oh, it is Elder. Okay, I was looking at it wrong. So yeah, it's an Elder helmet because Elder rolls supported by Conch. Right? And supported by Conch can be tier 16, 18, or 20. So level 16, 18, or 20. So you're looking for Socketed Gems are supported by Conch effect. And then in the suffix, you're looking for Socketed Gems are supported by Burning Ground. Right? And obviously tiers 1, 2, and 3 for 16, 18, and 20. And then your essence crafting, so you're forcing on that essence every time. So you're not worried about that third one. But these are the two you're trying to hit with the essence craft. And then you're trying to get it with a nice extra stats. Like you're trying to get like maximum life of like 100 plus. You're trying to get possibly life regen rate. If it would be, that would be pretty solid. Or like a flat stat of some kind, like a strength roll, right? Or an int roll. Like that's not too bad. But honestly, these are kind of meh because you already have enough strength and the int is sometimes negligible at best. Probably don't need it. Reduce attributes would probably almost be a better stat. But I think that's locally, not globally, so I don't think that's even very good either. But yeah, basically you're just looking for like regen rate percent. Like this one, increase regen rate. Or just flat life. Okay. Maybe even armor. Okay. It's not that you're looking for a lot. It's just trying to get the both socketed buys with using the essence craft can take a while. Because they're not rare, but they're not common, right? And then you can craft eventually, if you have an open prefix, hopefully, you can craft the area gem one. Somewhere in here. Yeah, that's right. You can craft the area gem onto it if you have an open prefix. It's Hysteria, I believe. I think it's Hysteria. Yeah. So socketed gems deal % more damage while on low life. Or, if it's cheaper, you can also go with Horror, because socketed gems deal more elemental damage. So either one technically works. I am on low life, and I am doing elemental damage. So they both do the same amount of percentage damage. They just do it in a different form. Whichever one's cheaper. Hysterias were like 30C the other day. I don't know how much Horror is. That's why I was asking, like, if you liked crafting or not. Because I was wondering, I was like, oh, do you have like an essence map layout? Because you can just run essences to farm essences. Essence of Horror is roughly 37C, and then Essence of Hysteria is slightly cheaper. So, yeah, you can buy a whole bunch of these for probably 30C and craft a bunch. But I need the base first, right? You get the base, you get the helmet first, and then you just farm Hysterias or buy Hysterias. And that's it. You just slam it until it works. Basically it. And then obviously, depending on how it lands, you could elevated. You can hit it with like an elevated. Because what that'll do is it'll like remove one mod and elevate the other one. I don't know how worth it that is, because you would have to get lucky with that. Like you would have to roll both socketeds, which is a prefix and a suffix, and you would also have to land another influenced mod, right? So whatever another shaper influence mod, I mean an elder influence mod would be on that helmet, and it would have to remove the third influence, not one of the two socketed buys that you wanted. It would have to remove the one that you didn't want, and that's a 33% chance. Well, it's actually more like it's a 33% chance to remove the one you want and keep the two that you want while elevating one of those. A 33% chance when it's already rough to land those two to begin with, really rough. If you're bored, sure. Like that's what I'm farming to buy one, basically. And like you said, like I was showing you, like they're not cheap. Like for a dog water one that kind of has what I want, I'm looking at like 40 divines. Which at that price point for the increasement it's gonna give me, I'd rather just save to 140 and just get a mage blood.
That way, I can swap out my flasks to effect flasks, which is expensive in itself, and I don't have to worry about my flasks anymore, and that'll juice me even further. Yeah, I think the bases are relatively cheap. Well, let me double check. I think it needs to be item level 83, but I want to double check really quick. So Elder and Saga Gems are supported by Conk. Item level 82, and then Burning is 82. Then Life Roll. Life Regen would be, so yeah, T85 for max Life Regen roll, if that's what, something that we were like hoping to hit. And max life roll is 64. So I would go for like an 85 just to be safe. So you're just looking for a helm, armor 1, energy shield max 1, evasion max 1, minimum on armor is 1, and then you just type in Elder, has Elder influence, boom, 5C. Oh, we needed item level, right? Hold on. Minimum out of 85. So 9C. Not a good base. If we wanted a good base, we would look for that specific helmet. It gets more expensive if we look for a specific base. What is that base called again? Like normally I don't care too much about the base per se. Like base, yes, but like specific base. Like so the difference between like a Conqueror's helmet and a Giant Slayer helmet, right? The max is 691 here versus 802 that it can roll. So if it rolls like highest percent 802, gives you more armor to work with versus a 691, right? Versus a 595 versus a 515. So you basically want to, if you were looking for best in slot, you go Giants. So and yeah, you see that? That's crazy, right? That's an insane base. That's an insane base. Okay. What about Conquerors? Yeah, 10C. So I mean that's more ideal. It's the second best base. Yeah, the armor's a little lower, obviously. This one's pretty solid actually, 97%. Almost max armor roll. The 7%. See, this is something you gotta pay attention to, is like the base percentage. You don't want to buy a 7. You want to buy something close to 100%. But as you can tell, like then it goes to 15. And like these aren't even higher, right? These are all really low base percentages. So if we were to go and search filter, we would go to base percentage, minimum 95, boom. Yeah, the next closest one is 40. And then it goes to 140. So these people, this guy's very underpriced. He might not even answer. But yeah, they're relatively cheap. See if we can get the AFK guys. We can also change the base percentage. Essence, man. Come on, bitch. Answer the phone. Answer the phone. Hello? Hello? I want to spend money. Please come to the phone. Pretty please. Sugar's on top. I hate people. Why post something if you're not going to answer? Crazy that the Giant Slayer is so expensive.
I'm not paying 40C for. Sorry, not happening. I'll pay 20, just for shits and giggles. I fucking despise the trading system. I've been saying it for years that this system that they introduced is exactly what I was saying they should do for the currency exchange, but they need to extend it to items. So when you post something like this in your trade to sell it, instead of doing it in your tab, I mean, you could do it in a tab, but your sell tab should be linked to this guy, right? So you talk to this guy and you go to item exchange and you see your sell tabs, the tabs that you have marked as sell, and then you put the prices in there. And what he does is when somebody clicks, instead of someone clicking direct whisper, they say direct buy or just buy. When they click that button, literally the currency that is in their currency tab will then, this guy will grab the currency and move it from, you know, your stash to, you know, the NPC. Like it would be like down here. You would see the currency, right? And it would say like what it was for, like what item it was for. Yeah, chess piece or whatever. It had the name of the item. So it'd be like 40 div for chess piece, blah, 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 blah. Cool. You claim your money. On his side, he would see the same thing, but it would be the item for 40 divines, right? And then he just clicks on the item and he picks it up. That way, the NPC does the work, quote unquote, of holding the item slash transferring it from one person to the other, but you still use the trade site to do the searching. And then you use the button built into the trade site that already does the whispers, because it already interacts with the game, and we don't have to actually talk to people ever again. Like, I understand you want that social aspect of talking to people or whatever, but ain't nobody else want that shit. I can't think about it. The way I look at it is, if I'm in the middle of a map and I have some stuff posted, and let's say a guy wants to buy for 100C, like it's worth me leaving a map usually, right? But if I'm in the middle of a blight, right, I'm like, hey, hold on, I'm finishing up this blight. That person moves on. He goes to somebody else. Now I'm at 100C because I was in the middle of a map. So forcing people to leave their maps to do a trade to somebody is a problem, because now you're interrupting my gameplay, you're interrupting my farm, and you're wasting my time, especially if I leave my map, I invite you, you accept, I leave my map, and I grab the item out of the stash, you leave party and never trade me because somebody else finally partied you up for the item that you actually wanted and I was just backup. Now you've just wasted a portal, my time, my patience, instead of just having it automated so that way I can post a bunch of shit, or like I can just dump it into a dump tab, and if someone wants to buy it, they fucking buy it, and I never have to talk to them. I never have to deal with it. I don't have to leave my maps. I don't have to stop farming. It would simplify fucking everything, and it would be so fucking nice. Now, I will say you need to have enough gold in there to do the transfers, because obviously you need gold to do currency transfers, so gold would be required. So each transfer, obviously depending on how much currency it is, when you post it, you have to front that gold up front to be able to post it, right? That would be the one caveat, is you'd have to farm a ton of gold to be able to sell like that, right? That's the only thing I would say. Am I gonna have to spend 40? Guess we're gonna have to spend 40. Okay. I don't mind. Like, honestly, it's not like I'm gonna use the fucking currency for anything. All right, I got a base. I got a base. All about that base. About that base. No trouble. Da 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 da. Doom player confirm. Alright. Where you at? All about that bass. About that bass. Oh, you're right there. Have fun. Slam it, baby. Slam it. What do you get? What'd you get? What'd you get? What'd you get? It'd be funny if you hit it on the first try. Ooh, my game's lagged out real hard right now. I can hear it, but I can't see it. There you go. Your essence spam is bricking my game. Getting off in a few minutes because I still have to feed the dogs. I still have to go do a quick workout and everything, so we'll be getting off shortly here. I technically get off an hour ago, but I wanted to chat about some, idle on a little bit. Then I got sidetracked with this. Yeah, because I need a new weapon. I need the new helmet. I need the mage blood. And then I need a good yellow shield, which is just as expensive as almost a mage blood. And then my gear is pretty much done. Then obviously I need effect flasks. And then I need large clusters here, and then at that point I can refund a few things. This, I can refund, and I can't refund that yet. I can refund this. And refund this. And all of that. Oh, and I can, and then I can refund this. And all of that would go into the clusters. And then if I can get the tattoos I need, which are fucking expensive, I need like fucking 16 of them. I think they're 1 divine each. I can then swap all my, I can get rid of this, I can swap this, and I can swap these over. My character should feel pretty solid. Oh, and then I can get rid of this as well. And we'll be fucking rolling. 60 failures? Bro, that's fucked! That's fucked! I mean, you kind of see though, I don't know how much that cost you, but you can kind of see why the helmet is worth 40 divines. Just hitting the two props. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Hitting the 2 props, that's why people are selling it for 40 divines, let alone if it has anything else on it. That's fucked. Crazy. That's why I don't even worry about crafting nowadays. I'd rather just buy it from somebody that crafted it. Because they probably lost money on it anyway. That's fuck. 60 attempts. That's crazy. That's fucking nuts. I'm not gonna lie. What mercenary is this? The other guy had the same mercenary. Looks identical to yours. You guys got the King Taker weapon and like a specific armor on? Is that why they look identical? Kingmaker's presence. Oh, Kingmaker would help me with my fortify. Extra 10 fortify? That's insane. Yeah, because I have 20 fortify on a map. Kingmaker would be really nice. Put me to 30. Bro, did you spend 10 divines? On rolling? Holy shit. 3.5 divines, that's not too bad. Yeah, for more fort, I mean, the crit doesn't mean anything to me, right? But the more fort is kind of nice. Yeah, but increase item rarity, and fort, that's pretty nice. Because that's 10% less damage, and for rarity is pretty nice. What does that bring my rarity to? Item rarity. Yeah, it puts me to 30. What am I down here? Yeah, so 30 rarity plus 10, like 10 less damage. That's pretty nice. I could probably put that on my Ripper, right? I'm using my Ripper for Vitality Determination instead of doing anything crazy. I don't know what else I would put on him, though, if I'm being honest. I kind of want those gloves that anything killed counts as being killed by him. That way I can stack item rarity on him. And then just juice out item rarity without me having to have it. I did find these boots earlier that had 8 item rarity on them organically. It's not great. Like, I think 15 is max for like tier 1. But yeah, I found these 30 movement speed with 8 rarity, and then it has a 31 cold with a veiled mod of 59 life. Not too bad. I don't know if I can craft anything. Yeah, I can't craft any prefixes. But you can do hybrid life regenerate, and some miscellaneous stuff. Would you? I mean, it's not a bad starting helmet, if I'm being honest. It's not a bad starting helmet. Like, 18 conk, so I get the increased area damage, plus the 30 multiplier, huge life roll, item rarities, whatever. And then the nearby take increased fizz is kind of just dog shit, but that's not bad. I feel like you almost need 2 helmets. So you roll one and you get this, and you're like, all right, I'll wear this, and then you roll another one, and if it's better than that, you swap the 2, and then you keep, like, you know what I mean? Because you don't want to roll over this if it's decent. Do I need to buy another base? I need to buy another base? Like, this is crazy. Like, that's not a bad one. I don't know. It's not great, but it's not bad because... Alright, let me go find another base for this. Because I was gonna say, if you look at what I currently have... because I'm switching my RF into the helmet, right? I'm just gonna grab a cheap one. I don't really care if it's a good base or not, if I'm being honest. Because it's only a couple armor difference. Like, I'm being honest, like... The small, like, the 100 or 200 extra armor isn't gonna make or break me. So, I'm just gonna buy... like a 10C one, something. I'm just gonna buy this 10C one. Fuck it. I don't care about the extra armor. Bro, I love that people never fucking answer. I want to stab. I feel like... What do you think about this system, Bizarre? What if someone messages you and you do not reply back to them for that item, or you do not sell that item to another person, you get like blacklisted temporarily, right? You can't trade for like the next hour. Like your items won't show up anymore. And then if you do it again after that one, you know what I mean, you go into a 2-hour cooldown. And it just keeps doubling every single time you ignore someone messaging you. Like, all I'm asking is for a message. Be like, second, hold on, not now. You know what I mean? Like, or just put up a D&D so no one messages you, right? Have a D&D message and be like, hey, not doing trades right now. It's fine. I got a reply, right? I'm fine with that. But Jesus fucking Christ, like, if I get nothing in return and I look and the item is still listed an hour later, like, that motherfucker should be, like, removed from the site temporarily. Like, I can't trade for an hour. I can't trade for 16 hours. I can't trade for the whole season because I don't want to reply to people. Like, fuck you and your items that you're not, like, acknowledging people. At least that way it gets rid of the fluff and we can actually deal with the people that are actually answering. Like, holy fuck. That's one indirect way to fix the fucking trade problem. If you don't want to give us automation through an NPC, like, holy fuck. Jesus. Pisses me off. Like, that's literally the worst part about PoE. If I'm being honest, of all the things that this game has to offer, the one fucking crux that makes this game suck more than anything is interacting with people for trading. That's literally it. If we have a middleman, an auction house of some way, shape, or form that removes that aspect of interaction being forced, because then it removes the possibility of scams, right? Giving you the wrong item level item, or, you know, like putting in like a bunch of currency but like fucking one up. Like, they get rid of all the scams. It gets rid of so much bullshit that shouldn't be part of it, that you don't have to deal with. And like the load times of going to the right map and whatever, and like the different gateways and stuff. And then sometimes motherfucker messages you, you invite them, and they make you come to them. Like, no, bitch, that's not how this works. You come to me. You know what I mean? Like, holy shit. Anyway, I'm gonna get out of here. Whatever you end up with, let me know. You can just trade it to me tomorrow if you want. Doesn't matter. Because like I said, all I'm going to end up doing is I'm going to be putting Righteous Fire with Efficacy, Elemental Focus, and then depending, if you get Burn, I won't put Burn in. Because if you get Conk, I'm going to put Burn in, right? But if you get Burn, I'm going to end up putting either Conk or Increased Area of Effect. Technically, Increased Area of Effect I should be putting in, so it should be all blues. But if I don't get both, then there's no point in putting Increased Area of Effect if I don't have Conk as well. Yeah, it gets stupid expensive, bro. That's why I was wondering if you, like, because if you were a crafter, a lot of people do one of their atlases for essences, right? They grab all the essence nodes. So they get the extra essence down here. You know, they get this one over here. And then they get this one up here. You know, they get all the essences and they farm as many essences as possible, and then they craft on more essences down here, some shit, right? So, is what it is. I appreciate you. Like I said, I am gonna get out of here. And we'll be back on tomorrow. Anybody that is still hanging out and chilling, and thank you, appreciate you. If you haven't joined the Discord, you want to join the Discord, feel free. The only thing I ask, don't be a dick. If you ever have any gaming questions, you ever need any help, you want to share something, show something off, help somebody else out, or whatever, feel free to chime in there at any time. If you ever need to ask me a question, that's the best place to reach me. But yeah, if you ever want to check out any of their VODs, go check in the About Me. You can go find the VODs there. They all go right over there at the end of the stream. So check that out if you want to check out some of the VODs. But I appreciate you guys. Have a good rest of your day. We'll be back on tomorrow. We'll start off with Stardew Valley and probably end up more on Path of Exiles at the end of the night. But I appreciate you guys. Talk to you later. See you. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Hope you have a good rest of your day. And hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. See you guys.